I see.
to be able to
Okay.
prepare for an event like this. We were always, our phones are always available for anyone who's having issues in town.
Great, okay, thank you. Suzanne, sure, come up. Good evening.
Good evening, thank you. Suzanne McAuliffe, delegate to the Assembly of Delegates from Yarmouth. I wanted to let you know that we did pass the county budget last week, but it's kind of a in flux at this point because we have an early retirement program that's been approved, and we anticipate 15 to 17 changes in personnel, some of them part-time, some of them full-time, which will lead to some streamlining of departments and also some savings because some positions won't be filled, or they'll be filled with lesser paid employees. So even though we went ahead and approved a budget because it's going to take a while for the early retirement to sort itself out, we do anticipate that there will be amendments to this budget in a downward position, at least in terms of operating costs for personnel and benefits and things like that. The total budget we did in 4 sections, an operating budget, the dredge budget, which is an enterprise. We did the Cape Cod Commission as a separate ordinance this year, and that's about a $6 million budget because it's a separate act of the legislature that created the Cape Cod Commission, and then our capital, which was under $1 million for this year. But the total budget of all 4 sections was under 2% increase over last year, and this is before we include some of the early retirement. One of the things that we have upcoming is the commissioners have approved we have the ordinance, we have not had the hearing on it yet, for an $850,000 funding of our OPEB, which is the other post-employment benefits, which are liabilities that everyone has hanging over them. So we are opening up a special account and starting it with $850,000. The dredge, which was in Parker's River, I guess today, has been an ongoing issue, as you know. And so we have an ordinance before us to buy another dredge because we have more work than the dredges can do. We have an old over 20-year-old dredge, which will be a backup. We have a new dredge, which is being retrofitted, and then by September we'll have another dredge. So they'll be able to get into the Bass River. I know that's been an issue, but some of the towns have had to wait, and they've had to kind of come in at the last minute. But we are ramping up the dredge because it's the dredge by adding another one because it's such a huge need on the Cape. And I think the big thing before the Assembly this year is going to be our charter review. So starting in June, we are going to start looking at the charter, which we were founded, or the county regional government was founded under in the 1980s. A lot of housekeeping, cleanup kinds of stuff, but also looking at governmental structure, looking at recall, looking at term limits, looking at a lot of different specific things that have come across, our desk over the years. And I would encourage anyone on the Board of Selectmen to contact the Assembly office if you have any thoughts or suggestions. We're going to try and do this through the Assembly, perhaps working out into some working groups as opposed to an outside group at this time, because the last 2 times the charter review was done by an outside appointed body, and then the Assembly didn't approve the changes. So I figured if we start with the Assembly, hopefully we'll have some grassroots support. Hopefully there'll be something that will be some meaningful updating and meaningful changes to the charter. So I will keep you posted on any changes to the budget, but I did want to let you know the county budget has been approved in its usual time, which is early May. And anytime you want an update on anything county-wise, I'm happy to come in. I know our Administrator Jack Eunice is happy to come in. So just give us a shout and we'll come and tell you anything and everything you wanted to know about county government. And before I leave, town meeting was so smooth because of all the work that goes into behind the scenes, and I don't think people appreciate that. I think there were 1 or 2 articles where the selectmen actually discussed some things, but if people understood how much each article, how much work goes into it, and the end product is a smooth town meeting. So I didn't hear anyone say thank you, but thank you for making all the hard decisions and doing all the work for us.
Great, thank you, Suzanne. All right, is there any other public input? All right, seeing none, we'll move ahead then with our public hearings. What is our, do we want to move ahead with the Comcast first? Is that, all right. And we'll turn it over to Mike.
Okay. This public hearing is regarding the renewal of the cable television licensing of Contract of Massachusetts 1, Inc., which I'll refer to as Comcast. The Comcast cable license was granted by the Board of Selectmen on August 9th of 2011. This hearing is to do really essentially two things. One is to review the performance of the cable television operator Comcast Cable Communications Management, LLC, and two, to hear testimony on future cable-related needs and interests of the community. The hearing is being held consistent with the regulations of the Massachusetts Cable Division. It is part of the continuing cable license renewal ascertainment process of the town. Public notice was published in accordance with the regulations of the Massachusetts Cable Division. I'll read into the record the public notice. Quote, "The Board of Selectmen of the Town of Yarmouth, as the cable television license issuing authority, will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, May 7th, 2019 at 6 p.m. at the Yarmouth Town Hall, parentheses, Town Hall Hearing Room, close parentheses, 1146 Route 28, South Yarmouth, Massachusetts, 02664, pursuant to 207 CMR 3.05 and any applicable cable television renewal license laws, regulations, or requirements regarding the renewal of the cable television license of Comcast Cable Communications, Inc., formerly Comcast of Massachusetts, Roman numeral 1, Inc. The purpose of the hearing will be to review the performance of the cable television operator Comcast Cable Communications, Inc., and to hear testimony on future cable-related needs and interests of the community. For more information, contact the Town Administrator's Office at 508-398-2231, close quote. Working with the town on this license renewal is Attorney William Solomon. Attorney Solomon will address us first. I will reiterate this at closing, but I want to do so now just in case I forget. The board reserves the right to hold additional hearings if deemed necessary. This hearing is, as noted, part of the continuing ascertainment process. So Attorney Solomon.
Selectman Stone, Attorney Solomon is about 5 minutes out, it turns out, but what he wanted to do, and he will do when he arrives, is just give the board and the public a sense of what the next steps are in the process. So I think that can certainly come at the end of the hearing if we have members from the public who wish to speak.
Okay. Do we want to go to the public, or do you want to go to Terry first?
That works, if that works for you.
You want to come forward and speak while we're waiting for Attorney Solomon?
We have a clicker on there, Mr. Twiley?
Do you want to get photo?
Sure.
No, just right arrow.
Sounds great. Thank you, Selectmen. We appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to you. Thank you, Mr. Napick. Thank you, Mr. Dwelly, for your assistance and that you always, and support that you've always given the Cape Cod Community Media Center. We are the public access facility who manages Channel 99 and Channel 98 for the town of Yarmouth. We've been in operation since 1989. So this is, and we've been, we did our incorporation in 1989 and been in operation since 1990. So we're almost 29 years in operation. I'm going to do a little brief presentation and then turn it over to our news director, Sarah Colvin, to give you a little bit of background on our Cape Media News, which is one of our most important initiatives. And Kate McMahon is our Director of Outreach, and she's also here for any questions that you may have at the end. I will keep my comments brief. Now, my testimonials, this unit doesn't play video, so we're going to skip over that one. There we go. Basically, our mission is, and always has been, is to build community through media, to enhance democratic communication and facilitate free expression by providing our towns, the towns that we serve, which is Barnstable, Yarmouth, Dennis, Chatham, and Harwich. We're a regional organization. By providing the towns with a state-of-the-art media resource center. Our vision in our operation is that the Media Center fosters open access to information communication technologies for the distribution of free ideas and community development and personal empowerment. So what we're really doing is providing an opportunity for the public to have a place for free expression and democratic output. We're a First Amendment forum, and certainly some of the programming that you've seen on public access on Channel 99 and formerly C3 TV. We've been on a number of channels over the 30 years of operation. We've been on Channel 3, Channel 17, and have moved up to Channel 99 and 98 at this point, have always been the bastions of free speech. If you've seen the content on there, you notice some of it is very, very good, and some of it is very unique. Historically, we have been in operation for 29 years. And we've provided public access. Over 25,000 programs have been produced by citizens of our 5 towns, and over 3,000 hours of original programming are produced every year. Over 2,500 individual equipment checkouts, so we've made camcorders, lighting equipment, audio equipment available for the citizens of Yarmouth to come in and check out at no charge. They need to join the Media Center as a member, and a few years back we did raise our annual cost to a citizen from $20 to $30 a year. Not much considering the usage that they get. They get the tools, the training, and the transmission for programming that they produce. And in our facility, we have over 10,000 visitors that sign into the facility every year. We are leaders in the field of community communications, not only statewide but nationally, and I think that we hope that you're very supportive of public access and very proud of the work that's done at the Media Center by the citizens of Yarmouth and our other 5 towns. We're a welcoming center with state-of-the-art resources and experienced training. We train all the way from young people right on up to multi-generational, to our senior citizens, and have a variety of things, of programming and programs for them to use. I always think, seeing Mr. Forrest, his son came in as a young teenager, and now, unfortunately, he went out of medicine and went into video. So I don't know if that was good, Mark, or not, but he loves what he's doing, I'm sure. We're actively engaged in promoting the values of free speech, as I mentioned, and dedicated to a collaborative spirit. And we collaborate with individuals, organizations, nonprofits, the business community, all in producing an amazing amount of community capacity. We're actively involved in the betterment of the Cape and right down to the local level. in dealing with Yarmouth as a hyper-local promotion. The value of community services, we take a percentage of the cable franchising funds, and the percentage of those go into our operation. And we itemize every year, which we send our annual report, and we're audited every year. We send those to the town. And these are some examples of training, what the camera, if our citizens had to check out cameras and equipment, what it would cost retail, and cable cast hours, the programming content that they produce. And if I get this thing, the total value of services returned to our 5-town region every year is over $3 million. And this was 2017, for example. And the total value of services returned to the community was $3,981,565 worth of services that the members and constituency in the town of Yarmouth came in and did. And it represents over $30 million in the life of this 10-year license that we're into now. We're in our 3rd renewal license, and certainly as Mr. Administrator Napick says, this may be our last 10-year license renewal. Don't know that for sure, but I think we need to look at it as if we need to take advantage of this license and go aggressively as we possibly can. In determining the needs, we establish strategic planning versus a scenario matrix in trying to establish what the community needs and wants. It is to some degree an evolution, but as you all know, we are in a technical revolution. The movement and the speed in which technology moves and changes is amazing. And we try to be on the front edge of that. Our collaboration and integration with community members and nonprofits are certainly important. And the idea of moving the paradigm, which is kind of build it and they will come, as those of you who were around in the early 90s and through the 90s will remember. It was kind of, you could come in and we would train anybody who fell through the door in producing programming of interest to them, whether it was the care and feeding of brown poodles or something a little more significant. We need to move that paradigm, and certainly relevance is constantly what we look at. We are so collaborative with folks that we realize expanding services to the membership, expanded services to organizations, easier access to programming that's on our channel, more flexible classes and training schedule. Our classes now range from certainly video production, video editing, camera usage, down to the smallest of things. Kate has taken out into the community and the libraries in the community to do workshops on how to use your smartphone. That's something that those of us who are of a certain age, we need that. We need those classes. More flexible in our class and training schedule, times that we offer it, whether it be to young people or to our senior citizens. And we certainly are proponents of multi-generational workshops and classes. We need to consider our viewership. We need to consider what programming can be available and unique on the public access channel. And as I mentioned before, relevance. We need to be the community's go-to place, and we need to be the most important aspect and way that they can look to incorporate video and technology into their lives as we move faster and faster into the future. One of the things that we really feel that why relevance is critically important, is an initiative that we've done in our Cape Media News. This is a newscast that we have been producing, a half-hour newscast, and our news director, Sarah Colvin, has done a great job, and we are continuing to build that. And it's news that's not, we're not going to rip and read something out of the newspaper and just kind of read that. We're going to expand and really show the citizens and the viewers how this topic will impact their lives. And so this is a critical part. And I'm going to turn it over to Sarah, if I may, to come and give you a little background and look at our Cape Media News.
Right button. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Selectmen, Selectwoman. Thank you for this opportunity to come and speak. It's been a real pleasure to work with Terry for the past 2 years. I've been in news on Cape Cod for a decade and a half, doing radio for a long time. I worked for the town of Barnstable's Channel 18 for many years, doing their Barnstable This Morning program. And it was really there that I discovered not only enhanced my love for the news, but really the importance of communicating municipal issues to the citizens. Civic engagement has always been at the heart of what I do. And as Terry said, we're not really rip and read. I'm not following car accidents or all of the bad stuff that happens. We really serve to educate the public, to educate our voters, to let them know about the important things that are happening. So when I was working with Terry as a board member of the Media Center, we went through a strategic plan talking about relevance and said we need to create a local television news program. A couple years ago, I went to the Alliance for Community Media, which is a national organization that helps advocate for and oversee public access stations all across the country, and they held their national conference in Boston, which was nice, so we were able to go. And John Nichols was our keynote speaker, and one of the things that he said during his speech really resonated with me. Community media is the answer to real, connected, important news coverage. Local community access media has the power to tell the stories unlike any other. And really we're seeing that. We're seeing that as our television news really goes to that car accident, sensational stuff. They're trying to sell things to you. And really we, because we're nonprofit, because we exist thanks to the funding we get from Comcast, are able to produce real informative news without having to worry about snagging that clickbait kind of a story. So that, we'll skip right by that. So we launched April 19th, 2017, when we just celebrated our 2-year anniversary a couple years ago. Since then, we've covered 168 local stories. We've produced more than 50 30-minute episodes, hired 1 full-time staffer in January 2018. We won a Mass Access Award for our Community Impact series with Barnstable Police, and actually that long-running series also featured some Yarmouth police officers as well. My producer, Thomas Milkey, rode along with police officers to really get a firsthand look of what they see out in the field. And the goal of that was really to have the public understand what it's really like to be a police officer and the challenges that they face. Mary Gibney was the officer from Yarmouth who participated, and it's just a really wonderful series. We've grown our online audience to over 2,000 visitors, or 2,000 likes, and I have to say our coverage of Yarmouth Police's activities has really helped boost that. I know that you have a presentation about Stronger Field later on. We covered the opening of Phase 1 of that, and that video got 23,000 views on Facebook and more than 100 shares. And so people are really paying attention to the good work that's being done here in the town of Yarmouth. So it's nice to be able to cover that and see that people care. We have a new concept called a pop-up newsroom, where we're using Facebook Live to do some live remote broadcasts here throughout the community. So we're growing that. I'm able to do that by myself, which is pretty fun.
Do you want me to start taping you now?
Aren't we already on TV? And again, local stories that matter. So municipal issues really drives the things that we want to cover, and I'm hoping to be able to grow our staff over the coming years to be able to really provide full coverage of town meeting. It's a big undertaking to be able to cover, and I know Terry and some of the crew from the Media Center did provide a video recording of Yarmouth's town meeting, but to be able to have reporters on scene and really dive into the issues to help, to help the town be able to communicate the items on the warrant, and really to give people the understanding of what it is that they're voting on. We cover community events, so we have regular interviews with our local politicians, and again, would love to be able to expand that to regular interviews with our town administrators and with our selectmen to be able, again, to give people that up-close and personal look. That's something that I really enjoyed when I was working for the town of Barnstable, is having those regular interviews with the people that are doing the work in our town, again, to kind of break down that barrier. And again, our team, we have 2 people doing this, so we try to do 4 or 5 segments every week. It's me and Gabrielle Rawson, and sometimes Thomas Milkey works as producer. But it takes a lot to put a news program together, so we're doing the best we can with our small staff. But again, hoping to grow that as the funding continues over the next few years. And that is, that video is working, yay. Just a little bit of a highlight reel of some of the things we've covered. It's been really fun to be able to go around and show people all of the things that are happening here on Cape Cod. And again, thanks to Public Access Media, we're able to do that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Terry, did you have anything further?
Thank you, Mr. Stone. I just want to say that all of this is just not to blow our horn and say, look what we've done over the past 30 years, over the past 2 years, over this past license period, but to encourage you all to negotiate the best possible package we can for the citizens of Yarmouth. The dollars that come through, the franchising dollars that come to public educational and government access are really pass-throughs. So the cable subscribers pay through this over the maximum 5% that we can ask for in the negotiation. So we want to encourage you to ask for the strongest package of franchise fees and the capital package. We certainly know that the significant capital is needed to upgrade the Channel 18 facility, and we certainly know that over the next 10 years, it's very difficult to project what we need for growth, but things have moved quicker. They need to be able to be negotiated strongly so we can support and provide the services to the town. That is
Are you available for questions if the board has any?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Does anyone have any questions? Tracy?
I guess, so this is 10 years. Every 10 years this happens. We had an actual cable advisory committee the last time that this occurred. So if my memory serves me right, they did the majority of the negotiating and public outreach. This is really our first time being involved. Maybe, I guess I don't really understand what pieces of this are negotiable and to what extent, I guess. And the other thing is there was some talk about legislation, or Trump was talking about limiting access or funding for public access. Does that play into this contract at all?
It does, but the contract can be negotiated totally outside of that.
Okay.
That may happen no matter what we do, and Attorney Solomon will certainly speak to that as we go. In this situation, it is, we can ask for up to 5% of Comcast growth, which we know the numbers. because we've seen, we're talking about millions of dollars over the course of the 10-year license. We can certainly come to you and give you the exact numbers that we project. The FCC rule proposals that are coming up, we're not totally guaranteed that they're going to happen, so it's not going to affect that. But we encourage you to ask for that full 5% and encourage to direct Attorney Solomon to go as aggressively, which I've known him, how long have I known you, Bill? 20 years, 25 years? And he asks for an aggressive package every negotiation. He's...
I'm sorry. I guess I'm just trying to figure out, you're here because the number that we get, a percentage goes to...
Comes to us.
Okay, and how is that? That's a negotiation between the town and the Cape Cod Media Center that
Yes.
And where are we at in our contract with you? Is it on the same cycle?
It is on the same cycle. We sign a 10-year congruent agreement to provide public access. We do have a separate contract that what we are expected is laid out in that, how the dollars and the funding comes to us. We're at right now with the town of Yarmouth at about I think a 1.5 percentage on there, and a 0.25% additional for capital. We hope that you can ask, because we look at similar contracts that are, I don't want to do Bill's job, but similar contracts for similar sized towns in what we can ask for a capital package. But these are things we need to ask and be aggressive in our negotiations. And then we negotiate with the town.
Okay.
And we look at it
So
as
it's one
public
step at a
educational
time.
and government.
It's one step at a time. We collectively negotiate with Comcast, and then once that's resolved, then we... So in the meantime, I guess, could we possibly get the contract and the expectations that we have with the Cape Media Center? And,
Sure.
And maybe some of the, I watch Sarah, so she's in my news feed, and I appreciate all that she does. It's very interesting. Personally, I know Mark talks about this a lot, but we really need to ramp up our engagement with the public. And so to the extent that we're able to do that utilizing the media center, I think that that's something I'd be very interested in, especially going forward. I know you said there's 5 towns that you represent now.
Yes,
Which towns are they?
Barnstable,
Yep.
Yarmouth, Dennis, Harwich, and Chatham.
Okay. And is there a way that you distribute that, or is it based on what you get in your contract, how much time is, or is it just kind of like collectively it's...
We look at it as one big collective, because what certainly enhances the Mid-Cape region enhances everybody. And so we really look at that. Our percentages of membership are amazingly follow the same percentage lines that the contribution, the dollar contribution.
That's interesting.
You know,
And what's your viewership? In terms of, you said you want to be creative to speak to your viewership, but isn't your viewership somewhat based on what your output is, or is it pretty consistent regardless of what your...
well, that's very interesting, because there is 65,000 subscribers in those 5 towns. 65,000 cable subscribers, and we're in every single cable home. Now, does that mean every single person is watching public access? Well, no. We know that that's not true. We know that the viewership is always difficult in cable, but it's always a matter of saying, can we provide the services and something interesting that people want to watch? No, that look on Ms. Culver's.
So I just wanted to add something, is that's why social media engagement has been a big part of what I've done with Cape Media News. And Izzy Kaplan, who's our communications director, does the same with our Media Center Facebook page, because we don't have ratings, so we can't get that number of who's actually watching the channel. But our social media, we can track who's watching it. And as I said, one of our videos got 23,000 views on the average, and you mentioned that you see it in your feed, so clearly you're watching it on social media. Our segments themselves, on the average, get 100 views apiece. Oftentimes, many more than that. 300, 400, 500, 600 is pretty standard. But that's also been something that, at least from the news perspective, I've really been working, because I want people to see what we're working on, and I also want to be able to measure and get that data. So we've found that the Facebook as well as YouTube is a good kind of indicator of who's watching and what they are engaging with.
So public access goes beyond television. So do you foresee different, in your next cycle of basically deliverables of what you're going to be able to produce for the people of Yarmouth, meaning not necessarily cable access, but more social media and other mediums of communication?
May I? We're currently going through a strategic planning process, and we've talked a lot about that. I think that as public access, our charge is really to be available to the citizenry for them to be able to utilize our cable channel as well as our technology. In the 90s, before everybody had access to broadcasting on their phones, it really was the only place that citizens had the opportunity to come in and speak their mind and have that broadcast. Certainly our membership has dropped a little bit because everybody has access to computers and YouTube and Facebook and all of those things. So we're looking at ways in which we can leverage the technology we have to teach people how to create better quality YouTube videos, better quality Facebook videos, and kind of the tools of the trade to be able to do that. And I think that can be extended to consult with the towns, the government that is in our area, to be able to help them do the same thing.
Yeah, that would be great. I don't know if you noticed, but this year we tried to engage more. And Chris set up a YouTube, and we put a lot of videos of town meeting. You talked about town meeting, and it's overly complicated for a lot of people, so we try to get as much information out. So, working with you to that extent, I think, is really, really important. But and I'm not trying to sound rude, but I guess where we're moving to social media, which is kind of other than the personnel behind it, it's more of a free kind of way for us to be able to communicate. I'm just wondering what the long-term, I guess, plan of really the television access would be in the future.
And that's a really good question, and I'll let Terry speak to this as well. But I think that, with people cutting the cord and all of that, I mean, our funding comes from Comcast, so it's our charge is to be able to create that television channel. So, something else that we're looking at is ways to make our programming more dynamic, but very much tie it in with social media. And I think that our role is going to be able to help educate, provide studio space so that the videos can look good, do audio training, things of that nature, media training, et cetera. And I know that Chris and I made an attempt to work together, but it's like, again, as I mentioned in my presentation, I'm totally buried with the work that I'm doing. So it's, again, looking to add more staff. But I think that we will remain relevant, but I think only if we embrace the new technology.
Okay, maybe when you have that strategic plan, we could get a copy of it. That'd be great.
We will certainly present that to you. One thing that's critically important in this is that we can't stand back and say the content that's produced at the media center, because the dollars are for tools, training, and transmission. Now, the transmission component of it is not strictly cable television, although this is a cable television license, and we will certainly be quick to admit that it is for managing right now the cable channels, although the content has to be distributed everywhere. The buzzword with digital producers is COPE, create once, produce everywhere, because we can't possibly hope to put a cable television program on, put it on one time, and expect people to see it. It's got to be on multiple times on the cable channel. It's got to be on social media. It's got to be on YouTube. It's got to be on video on demand. So, because people watch, this is what people watch and use. This powerful computer that's in our pockets
I look much smaller on one of those, by the way.
Really? And even though many times I butt dial my family 1,000,000 times, and they hate me for it, this is the most important tool that we're going to have in the future to communicate. And we want to be able to put town meeting on there. We want the selectmen's meeting to be on there. We're just looking at a different vehicle, a different tool of transmission to be able to expand it out. But it's all about training and tools and the transmission. So we are going to be able to, so this is going to go a lot of ways, and the cord cutting is only a different part of it. And I would love to say that you hear about the cord cutting, that Comcast has, their profit margin has gone down. It has not. It has averaged 5 to 7%. We have tracked their profits over 20, I've tracked it about 25 years. So I know that percentage has gone steadily up.
I know my bill has.
Oh, boy, mine too.
Thank you.
And I will be available for any kind of, and I'm always available for the town of Yarmouth in terms of consulting and assisting. But questions, yes.
Eric, do you have any questions?
I'd like to hear from Attorney Solomon about the actual negotiations.
Mark?
Same.
Mark?
No, I agree with Eric. I think it would be great at this point. I echo Tracy's comments, but I'm anxious to hear from council.
Okay.
Good.
Attorney Solomon?
Thank you.
You ready for us?
Thank you.
Yeah, be happy to be here, thank you.
You
Little
can
traffic.
go there or there, whichever.
Whatever you prefer.
That's fine.
Great, thank
Table's
you.
fine.
Thank you, good to be here. Great presentation, as always, by Terry and Cape Cod Media. William Solomon, I'm your special cable counsel on this license renewal. I look forward to that. I worked in cable licensing for about 25 years and done a good deal of cable licensing down in the Cape. Let me just make a few general points, and then I'll talk about what the major issues would be as I see it on the license negotiation. Cable licensing, as you may know, was based on the 1984 Cable Act, and it's an amazing law. It incentivizes both sides, particularly the community, the town, to figure out what's called its future cable-related community needs and interests. So sitting down and thinking about where you've been, where you are, and where you're going in terms of providing community PEG access, PEG, public education, government access programming, what sort of facilities are needed, what sort of training do you want to do, what sort of outreach, what sort of technology, either out of the studio or for getting the programming from local locations and buildings to one location. At the same time, the cable companies go way back, and even though they're multi-billion-dollar corporations, they have a connection and a history and a continuity with cable companies when they were much smaller, which had a local emphasis. They came to local cities and towns and said, we'd like to be in your roads, we'd like to provide cable, and here's what we can do. So the process, as Selectman Post indicated in terms of how does it work, the process is very much based on figuring out what's important on each side, and then the town expressing that to the cable company and putting it in writing, but more so having negotiations at the table, having hearings, and then negotiating out how can a cable license be a win for the community, because your community or their cable subscribers, and a better cable access program makes Yarmouth a stronger community and makes Comcast a stronger cable company. There are very few processes in our world that are like that. I say to folks, invite Google and Facebook and Apple a week and a half to come to Yarmouth and sit down and discuss issues with you. No one's going to show up. But the cable company, when we're having negotiations, they're there, and it's a substantive discussion. So that, to a large extent, the success comes from the fact that there are some mutual interest. And at the table, discussing those, expressing that with both parties that want to reach a result that works and gets it done, ends up in almost every case, if well represented and a strong community as you have here, in an excellent cable license. So particularly with cable being mature, it's not the legal threat. It's not the sense, well, unless we get a good license, we're going to deny the license and we're going to see in court. Rather, it's the moral suasion, the ability to convince folks on the other side who believe in their business that you're an important part. One very quick point, because I'm sure I know you have a lot of other business. You're mentioning viewership. Without going into depth, in a world where everything's atomized, where Walter Cronkite's not on television and everyone watching, that what community access provides is that commonality, that shared experience, where not everyone's into their own small reification of what they want to know or what they believe. And, of course, the companies aren't selling your private information. So, with that comes the community, and that's why it was originally community television. And in my working across the Commonwealth, and I work from Nantucket and the Vineyard to North Adams, show me a community that has good community television, as Yarmouth has, in three different aspects. And I'll show a community that has a good local economy, where people, instead of just criticizing and throwing stones, try to work together, have busy town halls at night. There's a lot going on. So that's the direction we're going. Now, to kind of bring it down to more of the basic issues that we'll have going forward, they're somewhat limited in cable. There's the support for public education government access, so the operation and programming can occur, and that is indicated is capped at 5% of gross annual revenues of the company. The town of Yarmouth currently has 4.5%. So that 0.5% difference, which can be a significant number, although there are some deductions, that's a question that you will look at to see if you want to increase that. Generally speaking, in a world where there are a lot of needs, where there's some uncertainty, that makes sense. And, generally speaking, the cable company doesn't oppose that if that's something that you articulate and show a basis to go to in terms of where licensing is now. One of the larger issues will be the capital dollars, the capital funding that comes in for equipment. Where that money goes between the P, the E, and the G is up to you, the Board of Selectmen, as the issuing authority. So you'll decide that. That can be addressed specifically in the license, but more commonly, it's not in the license, but rather in a separate access agreement with the public access provider, Cape Cod Media, and you have your government access and schools. In the work I've done, and Chris has been tremendously helpful, I get the sense that the town, which has a lot of talent and has done a lot, is really looking forward to moving ahead to having even stronger government access programming, and that's something that the working group, in consultation with the Board of Selectmen, will address. A very significant issue for Yarmouth is the institutional network. I now work with a bunch of communities, Milton, Haverhill, that are these legacy communities that have a Comcast institutional network, the iNet. That, as you know, is the fiber connection between your public buildings, municipal and school, where most of your data, you might do some telephony, you can do monitoring for security. That's how your town operates, and without that, you wouldn't be able to operate on any particular day. That is something that Comcast provides. They're looking generally to transition from that to something else. There are a few options, and what the town's position may be, they should continue that. There are options for leasing that. There's options more commonly for what's called an iNet buyout, where the cable company provides you dollars and you either build or expand your own municipal fiber network. And that's something we've had some initial discussions to make sure that the town can look at those options and potential parties that can assist you, whether it's Open Cape or whether it's a company that's built a lot of municipal fiber networks across the Commonwealth. So I view that as a challenge and an opportunity for the town. And that is something we want to get ahead of the curve on, and we've already started through Chris and I apologize, your technology director. I'm not sure if he's interim or not, but I've done some good work on that. The other, in PEG access, the bigger issues are high definition. We'll be able to get at least one, and maybe just one, but we'll see, high definition channel that will, right now, most of programming, and I think maybe even your government programming, but certainly public, is all in high definition. But the problem is the cable company has not taken that high definition signal and shown it to subscribers as high definition. You will be able to get at least one channel, as I mentioned. As time goes along here, with this license up in 2021, we'll look at the possibility of more channels. Just briefly speaking, and again, we'll have time probably at another point to go over some of the approaches to licensing, but I do believe in Yarmouth there is some possibility, maybe not a likelihood, but a possibility, given the institutional network status that you have, of speaking to Comcast of the possibility of potentially amending the existing license and reaching the terms of the new renewal cable license sooner than 2021, where there'd be some benefit to the town to have certainty now. At the same time, we would be exchanging, if Comcast would like to change its paradigm on the institutional network, we would give them something in exchange for a good license and certainty now. So that's something Chris and I and others have discussed, and we'll discuss going forward. You also have in your current license a customer service office requirement in Yarmouth. Those are generally not in licenses now, but it's something that's important to towns that have that. Certainly in the Cape, there's some very unique situations and reasons why you want a local customer service office. I mean, you don't want just customer service open in the summer, but who wants to travel to another community if there's summer traffic, and there's other reasons too. So that's something that the town will need to look at in terms of its position and need to address with Comcast. Excuse me. One other point, just getting back to channels, just the last point I'll have, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Someone once mentioned, an FCC commissioner mentioned this, and let me preface it by saying, as you know, there are hundreds of cable channels, 500, 600. Most people watch about 18 channels. And if you ask those folks to pick those 18 channels, most of those people would pick one of your channels. They wouldn't pick, there are hundreds of other channels out there they wouldn't pick. And that's the strength of access. As the FCC commissioner said, that if in California where people are busy outdoors and running and sports, and there's not the sense of politics being something that you watch locally. If you're meeting in many communities in Massachusetts, that the meeting doesn't get cable cast, everyone the next day is talking about that. If in those communities, if there were 120 people watching, because they watch less PEG access in California. The commissioner made the point that if those 120 people were at the city council hearing, that they would think there was a riot. And so we know now more than ever that in our democracy, the difference between paths you can take are very often based just upon particular information or certain people having an active role in extending and preserving that democracy. And in that sense, the value of PEG access is less than the fact that there are thousands of people watching, but that there are a lot of people watching, there are a number of people watching a number of things. And that cable casting, that programming, affects the way that you, as you talked about, connect with the public, how the public connects with you, how organizations out there that need people to join and make them active, how they find out about that, how, particularly in the Cape, how it strengthens the local economy. You probably know better than I, there are numbers that show if you change 1% of people's shopping habits to local, it makes a tremendous difference in your local economy, in the creative economy, in the sense of community. So that while it is helpful for Access folks to have numbers from social media, what we also know is, and I know from the programs in Yarmouth and the Cape, that the strength of those programs are what allow you to be a strong community. In an age where, for instance, newspapers, as you know, are not always, lots of towns don't have newspapers. And without that source of information, and you have some strong newspapers regionally here that cover real issues and not just sensational, but without that source of information, then it's harder to be a community. It's harder to be a parent and know what's going on in your children's lives or in your community life. So with that said, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about the licensing process. I also have to say I have not had the opportunity to meet the town administrator, so my failure to mention his name is only because I have not had a chance to work with him. I know he's delegated much of the activity to Chris, and nice to meet you today.
Okay. Is this on? Okay. His name's Dan Knappich, and I'm pronouncing it correctly, unlike our town moderator.
I was not going to say the K, so I would have been wrong.
Yes, the K is not silent, and neither is he. All right, questions. Mark, do you have any questions of Attorney Solomon?
Yeah, Bill, could you just explain one of the purposes of this hearing? This hearing
Sure.
is part of an overall process
Yes,
called
thank you.
ascertainment. I think it might be helpful if
Yes,
you could
and,
just briefly
thank you. And I
why we have to have this hearing.
Thank you, and I had a note on that, and I didn't mention it. Thank you, Mark. When I mentioned before, you ascertain your interest, your needs and interests. The ascertainment is finding out what matters to you and what matters to the community, particularly. And so this is the opening. Well, the opening was the work done by Chris and others in the town that's already been done to figure out what the needs are. So that has already begun. But this is the first public hearing portion of that process to hear from the public and from yourself. Now, I anticipate we will have further public hearings going forward, which are publicized in different ways that bring people out. In fact, I would anticipate we'll have some meetings and maybe public hearing just with the government side, on the educational side. We may even have a sort of a hearing, less a public hearing, but a hearing that involves town and school officials and department heads and others discussing and going over how the institutional network is used, why it's important. And that, as Mark knows, what it does, it makes the case. It allows Comcast to hear what the concern is, and there is no question that when a community expresses itself and it's heard on those issues, not only does the substantive information help the company, but as importantly, the company understands the seriousness and the importance of that matter to the town and understands it needs to sit down and reach an agreement that works for both parties, that this won't be a town where you can just put something on a piece of paper and expect it to be signed. And so thank you.
Norm?
Yeah, I guess, first of all, thank you for providing some background. We're at 4.5% now, and what are the criteria for a change, up or down, in that participation rate?
Sure. There's no one metric. Basically, what it is as the three-headed entity here, the public, the government, the educational access folks, sit down and continue to figure out where do they want to go. So my recommendation always is to say, for instance, to access folks, before you discuss what you need for funding or for equipment, first figure out what is it you want to improve and expand. It's a community outreach, because it takes work to reach out to the community. Training for the public in a world where video is a part of almost every job going forward. Access is an important means to train people in a more advanced and creative manner. So when you figure out where you want to go, then each of those sectors, public education and government, will then figure out what do they need in terms of personnel, in terms of supplies, in terms of equipment, to meet those needs going forward. And then based on that, if there's a need for 5%, then that will be expressed in documents and at the table to the cable company. At the moment, I believe that if the town can document, and not in a technical sense, but sorry, in a general sense, with specifics, that there's a need to go to that, I believe the town will be able to reach a 5% agreement with Comcast. Selectman Post indicated before the FCC rule, without going too much into depth, that potential rule, which is likely to come, although there's a reasonable chance it'll be overturned, that rule would actually impact the funding that goes to the town and access, because what the FCC proposes, contrary to 40 years of history, and the Act itself, is to say that if there are some requirements for PEG access, for instance, the cable channel, or getting the channel back from the studio back to their head end where they send it to subscribers, the FCC wants to allow them for the first time to count they claim, potentially market value of those channels. So if the market value there is really no great market value here, but if the company said, well, each channel is worth $50,000, that $50,000 times 3 would go toward your 5%, therefore lowering what you receive. So that's going to have an impact, but it won't impact your determination to go to 5%, because if you need 5% and you say, well, they might take some away from us, let's stay at 4.5, you've already lowered what you're getting by staying at 4.5. So it'll be a substantive basis, and my sense is, because of the strength of the program, public access is very expensive. Shared by many communities. Government access and educational access have great needs. So my sense is, at the end of the day, that the board and the town will probably make a decision that funding is warranted going forward, but that the facts will speak for themselves on that. On capital's really more of where the debate is, and that each of the 3 parts of PEG will have developed and will develop capital plans, and very substantive, to figure out and to show Comcast what those capital needs are. And that's, in terms of the PEG, that's usually a larger part of the discussion. But the primary discussion in Yarmouth is going to be the institutional network, because that's critical for the town, and whatever path is taken has to work for the town so it can communicate internally and communicate with the public. And we're spending we're going to be spending significant time making sure that is addressed in a way that works.
Okay, I guess a couple of other questions. Let's see, out of that 4.5%, right now Cape Cod Media is getting
1.5, I think, Terry said.
So 1.5. So there's
1.5, and then he said 0.25% of the cap. The capital is now in a set amount of dollars, but I guess there's some sharing of capital.
So then there's another 3.25%. And what is happening with that?
Well, the education gets a percentage, right?
So education gets a percentage of capital, and we also have the government access. We also have Rich Bienvenu slated to speak this evening about both the education and the government access, how those dollars are allocated, and the importance of it to this community. So I'll let him speak to that, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Eric?
For now, I'll just stick to your pertinent question.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions, of Attorney Sullivan?
I'm still not clear on what we're being asked to do tonight.
Actually, no, really, and Mark made the good point. The purpose of the first hearing is pursuant to federal law, that you, within 6 months of the cable company submitting a letter to the town saying they're beginning what's called the formal process, the town needs to, in some way, it doesn't have to be hearing, seek information and public comment. That's been done by the town through its administrative staff, but in order to cross the T and dot the I, the way cable licensing usually starts is a public hearing to hear from the public to meet that requirement. So today is really, and Selectman Forrest indicated it, it's more of a listening session of trying to figure out, hear from the public, and it was an opportunity for me to give some overview of what the issues would be going forward. So at this point, there are no decisions to make. It's really just I'm trying to understand what the process is, and more importantly, to meet the federal law requirement that you get input from the public to start off the process.
All right, thank you.
Do we have any public?
Let's go to Rich.
So Selectman Holcomb had a question regarding what's happening with the funds. We get each year in the town's operating budget, it's been $500,000 even for the last, I think, 3 years. The line item is a local estimated receipt, which helps to balance the general fund operating budget. And receipts come in a little bit higher than that, about 520 or so. So it hasn't been segregated. The capital money, which we alternate years, one year we'll get $45,000, the next year we'll get $45,000, but we share that with the education piece with DY. So we get $45,000 every other year, and that is segregated into a cable access fund that's available to upgrade equipment.
Yeah. I have a question related to your question, if you don't mind. I'd like to ask just a question of council. If our practice isn't to dedicate or allocate our government public access money in a special account, but to put it in the general fund, is that an issue or a concern in any negotiations?
Well, unfortunately, well-meaning folks have totally confused the state law, which is unfortunate. But the short answer that's clear to me is that funding for cable in Massachusetts can only be used for PEG access and cable related. Even if it were to go into your general fund, it can only be used for that. And if I can, not to bore you, but I think it's important to understand why. That when before the Cable Act was adopted in 1984, and that put a 5% cap on franchise fees. But in exchange for cities and towns, in a sense, they had money beforehand. In fact, it wasn't limited. But in exchange for the fact that they were being capped at 5%, which was for franchise fee, that law allowed cities and towns to use that funding for any municipal or county purpose. You can use it for your debt, for your fire department, for your police, under the Cable Act. But in Massachusetts, harking back to 1967, there is what's called there's the Cable Act, Chapter 166 of the general laws, that has a license fee, it's called. And that license fee has never changed since back in '67. It's 50 cents per subscriber per year to the town, and 80 cents to the Commonwealth, $1.30. So the question back then was, well, the state says you can only get 50 cents, town. Can you get more than 50 cents? Because the federal law mentions, you can get 5% of gross revenue. That's a lot more even back then than 50 cents. And the wise folks at then the Cable Commission and its predecessors said yes, that while some communities, Medford, Brookline, Boston, got a special act back then to have a franchise fee, an automatic put the franchise fee on and use it for what you want, a special act to let them go to higher percentages. For the rest of the state, the Cable Commission said that you can get more than 50 cents under this other law in the section of the Cable Act, Section 626 of the Cable Act, which is the process where you get money for PEG access, where you ascertain your needs, where there's both a formal and informal process. And so that the funding that beyond 50 cents that a city or town gets is because of this section that's there for the funding of PEG access. And so as a result, there's no state law in Massachusetts regardless of which drawer the state law says the money is in or falls to, that changes the fact that that money can only be used for for PEG access and cable purposes, because that's based on the substantive Federal Cable Act together with Massachusetts law. So that said, the town has not accepted one of the funds, is that correct? Or you have?
No, I guess one of the concerns that I have is that I'm not sure all our Comcast cable revenue, this is money that is being provided to the town, actually is being used for cable-related, communications-related expenses. And I think that's my concern, is that I know going into negotiations, if that money is leaked out and being used for other things, I'm concerned about that being an issue. My understanding is that any cable revenues that come in should be expended for cable or communications-related purposes.
That's correct. That has always been.
And I don't believe we're doing that. So I think that's a question that we as a board need to investigate. And I just
And there are, over the years, the idea of what's cable-related has expanded. There are, like, let's, for instance, institutional network. There may be uses that a town puts money to that are reasonably related to cable and to the cable technology, and that has expanded over the years. So, for instance, if you use money to build your institutional network, and that institutional network can certainly be used for your municipal needs, because the Cable Act provides for institutional networks for municipal purposes, not just cable. So that's something you could look at. My suggestion is you deal with that at another time. And my sense is that in the license negotiation process, there's enough interest here that you'll be able to convince the company that you have needs going forward, regardless of what the past history has been.
Thank you.
Okay. Eric, any questions?
No.
You're all set? Okay. So the $500,000 is equivalent to the 3.25%?
The 3.5, yeah.
Yeah,
3.25.
okay. So there's another X dollars that come in relative to the 1.25%?
They don't come to us directly, they go to Cape Media directly.
Okay, all right. Well, I think we've got to figure out where we are and what we're spending and how it's being and so forth moving forward in any case. So I guess at this stage, Mike, it's up to you how to proceed.
Okay. Rich, do you have anything else that you want to talk about?
I think I'll have opportunities as we go through the process to add in extra commentary. I don't know that.
Is there anybody from the public that wishes to speak on this? Come forward.
Good evening, and thank you. Tom Nicanello from Bass River here in Yarmouth. I am a Comcast subscriber, and there's not too many I can use besides that, but I watch a fair amount of cable TV. Our channel 99 comes in really well, good picture, clear, you can hear. Our school channel 22 works very well. And this being a public hearing, I think I should say that our government channel really stinks. If you look back over there, you can barely see it. It's so fuzzy, and you can't hear nothing. 65% of our residents are elderly. There's not enough batteries for the hearing aids to hear them. So, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, are we ready to move on from this?
Yes.
Hearing? Okay.
Yep. So,
No.
yeah, what is our
I'm just going
process?
to make
at
that
this point?
reservation again and close the hearing. We can have other hearings. So as I stated at the outset before closing this public hearing, the board reserves the right to hold additional hearings if deemed necessary. And this hearing, as noted, is part of the continuing ascertainment process. And unless anyone has anything else, I'll close the public hearing at this time, subject to the right of the board to hold additional hearings.
So moved.
All right.
Second, yeah.
This hearing is closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice meeting you.
If I could just quickly mention to the board, so now we've had our first ascertainment hearing to solicit public input. We will continue to do so via online. We've received emails from individuals, so we will compile all that information, continue to consider it as we discuss what our needs are as a community and look to the other broader needs out there, and continue to keep the board apprised as we truly enter into negotiations with Comcast, so.
Yeah, I think, Chris, not only ascertaining our own needs and projecting what they are, but also determining what we are spending currently, having that in front of the board so we know exactly what we're spending in relation to what the income is, and then moving forward from there.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much for your participation tonight. It was a learning experience for me. And so, thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Have a good night.
Okay, next item, Mr. Chairman, is a continuation of the 2 hearings for the Grand Cafe. You folks want to come forward?
Pull up another chair. You can pull one right up.
All right. Mr. Pagway,
Yes.
you want to introduce the people that are sitting with you?
Yes, my dad is here today.
What's your name?
Jackson. I'm
Jackson.
Lewis's son, yes. I'm here to translate for him because he doesn't really understand that much English.
And you speak Spanish and English?
Yes.
Fluently?
Yes.
Okay. And you'll be able to communicate anything that I say or anyone else says to your father so that he's capable of understanding?
Yes.
All right.
My name is Manuel Carci.
Okay, Mr. Carci, okay. All right. We, last time we were here, was it on the 20, what was the date, on 24th?
2 weeks, yes.
2 weeks ago, we started a hearing that you had received a notice about, and you came, Mr. Pagway, at a certain point in that hearing, and we stopped, and we continued it for 2 weeks. But the testimony that we took in that hearing, and the exhibits that we took in that hearing, will stay as part of this record. We won't repeat it, but we will go over what the allegations were, what was represented that you did in violation of state and local laws. So, Officer Magnuson, you want to do that? You want to give a summary of the alleged violations?
Yes, well, I was going to suggest, Mr. Stone, I gave Mr. Pagway copies of both of the police reports.
Thank you.
Yes, I gave Mr. Pagway copies of both of the police reports when we were here 2 weeks ago. We read the reports into the record for the benefit of the board. My suggestion is, seeing as they have copies of the reports, I would like to give each of you a copy of the report so that you can refresh your memories as we go along.
That'd be very helpful. And then maybe I can just question them point by point and see what he has to say.
February 10th report.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then you had your summary.
And this is the later inspection
Oh, thank you.
on March 1st.
Okay. And they have these.
Thank you.
Officers Wenberg and Marino are here if you have any questions. One thing I would like to direct your attention to from the March 1 report, which is the report with the picture of the Becker's label on the front.
Right.
There was some discussion about this during our last hearing. Officer Wenberg would testify that she had spoke to Mr. Pagway about the Becker's labeled beer after it was found behind the counter next to the cooler, and that he admitted that he had bought it at Becker's because he ran out.
Right, I think the label was actually introduced
Yes, the label was actually
as
introduced as
Exhibit 2 in the
Yes.
prior hearing, the Becker's label.
And certainly, if you would like any additional information on the location of the beer or that conversation, the officers are here
All right.
to testify as to that.
Well, let me start with the report. Maybe I can go through and see what's agreed and what isn't agreed, what responses they may have.
Copy if you want.
I'll go to the March 1st report. That's a report of Officer Christopher Marino, who says he was on patrol, and at approximately 1:43 in the morning, he drove by the Grand Cafe at 80 Route 28, and he observed a full parking lot. The interior of the building was lit up. There was loud music that he could hear from Route 28. After making these observations, he advised dispatch that he and other units would be going to the establishment to conduct an investigation. As he entered, he observed open alcohol containers on the counter, some full, some empty. Approximately 30 to 40 people inside, and what appeared to be a DJ playing music. Within a minute or two, he was approached by two males, asked one of them to go locate the owner. A male later identified as Louis Pagay came out and identified himself as the owner of the Grand Cafe. He asked Mr. Pagway why there were so many people at his place of business after the 1 o'clock bylaw. And in fact, as I recall, the establishment was licensed for less than that. It was
Licensed for 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock. But either way, they were over the licensing deadline. And he said that he was having some kind of a family event that he called, hey, Quinceanera, I guess. Is that correct? Is that how you say it?
Yeah, it's like a Sweet 16 party.
Okay. He advised Pagway of the 1 a.m. bylaw. Again, he was only licensed till 11. The music violation, liquor violations, and everyone would have to leave. Pagway stated he was unaware of these incidents and tried to get the crowd to leave, and after about 10 or 15 minutes, the restaurant was cleared out. So let's talk about that particular event first. Does your father dispute that, or does he admit to those facts?
¿Usted todo lo que dijo usted es la verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
Digo que es un par familiar, el DJ es de nosotros, que no fue pagado, no nada de...
Es solo el evento?
Sí. Solo
Yes, he
el evento.
says, yes, he admits to what he said about the event going the night. It was a family party, and that the DJ is a family DJ, and that he was aware that it was over the time the license said 11. Pretty sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was aware or was not aware?
Usted sí estaba que era más de las 11 de la noche. Sí sabía que era más de las 11 de la noche.
Sí, de que nos dimos cuenta ya era más de las 11, de que bueno, que por eso estamos pidiendo una disculpa que
estaba viendo por
que fue mi error. No era público, no, que no era público.
Yeah, he says that he thought that since it wasn't open for like public service, the restaurant, he was just trying to have a family event there, and he thought it was okay to have a party over 11 p.m., which was the license for.
Que estaba cerrado para los customers, de que no estaban abiertos para público.
Yeah, he says that it was closed for public service, just a family event.
Okay. Now, was the alcohol served on the property? Were people drinking alcoholic beverages after 11 o'clock?
Estaban tomando después.
No, ya no, de que después de las 11 ya no dimos la bebida. Entonces.
Solo las botellas que estaban encima de la mesa estaban ahí, pero la gente ya no tomaba.
Ya no estaban tomando.
He says that the people were not drinking after 11 o'clock. They were just bottles from before that.
They were just what?
They were just, the bottles were there before that. They didn't clean it up, so they just left the bottles there.
Okay.
Ya que ya íbamos desde que cortamos el que ya íbamos pero ya que me di cuenta ya pasó la hora.
All right. Let's stop there. Did either of the officers have conversations with him on that, on that point about whether or not there was any drinking after 11 o'clock of alcoholic beverages? Do you know?
There was no specific communication as to that. The officers just observed all the open containers. Many of them still contained alcohol.
Okay. But there were a number of open containers with alcoholic
Probably
beverages?
best we hear that from Officer Marino rather than me.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I didn't ask.
Go over to the podium. So you-
Yeah, Officer Marino, what I guess I'm trying to get at is if there was any discussion about whether people were drinking after 11 o'clock or whether there was any indication that the drinking was ongoing at the time that you got there.
No, I just observed either empties or half-drunk cups or beers, but nothing specific if anyone was consuming at the time I was talking to them.
You didn't ask them about that? I mean, there was...
No, I just explained the 1 o'clock bylaw and alcohol and music and, you know, time frames and stuff like that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's move on to the other report. See what they have to say about that one.
Just as a point of clarity,
Yes, sure.
Their license and our bylaw are with regard to service or consumption or both?
I'm not sure I understand the
when-
question,
when-
but they
when-
can't do, even with a private party, they can't operate outside the hours of their license. They can't serve alcohol outside of the normal hours of their license. And my understanding is they did not have an entertainment license, so they couldn't do that regardless of the hours at which they were doing entertainment. Am I correct on that? There was no entertainment license?
That is correct. You have a copy of the license. There was no entertainment license. Even if it had been a 1 o'clock license, our regulations require all liquor off the table by 1:15, all patrons out of the building by 1:30, and in fact, this was an 11 o'clock license.
Okay, that's the distinction I was trying to get at, as it is, you know, what's the, you know, because you stop service at whatever time, it's not reasonable to expect people to pour their drinks out. I mean, you know, they
Well,
normally...
for a 1 o'clock license, we give them 15 minutes.
Okay.
This is 2 hours and 45 minutes after the license expired.
May I ask a question, Mr. Chairman? Officer Magnuson, you used the word patron. Is that the language? Does the language
Let me grab
specifically refer to patrons? And my follow-up question would be what the definition of a patron is. And what I'm leading to is there anything illegal about having a bunch of friends in my restaurant having a few beers?
Absolutely prohibited by law.
There is in the licensed business. yeah.
It's very clear under state law and under our bylaw. You're limited to the hours of operation set forth in the license. The only difference is that you're excused on a private party, you're excused from some of what we call the happy hour regulations. You can have an open bar, and there's ABCC has strict guidelines for what qualifies to be exempt from those happy hour regulations. But that does not exempt you from the hours of operation.
They can't be paid, they don't pay, you have to be a guest list.
Exactly.
And all these other
Exactly. There has to be a written guest list. There has to be one person who in fact pays for all the alcohol. Somebody has to pay. So it has to be a host, written guest list, not open to the public, et cetera. The language is employees.
Section of reference.
Looking at 1.04, titled Hours of Operation. Employees and our patrons are only admitted on the premises during the hours of operation of the licensee, with the following exceptions. Patrons already on the premises may be allowed to remain for 1/2 hour after closing time. Alcoholic beverages are normally licensed until 1 o'clock. This was not. And 104C, any licensee who serves after 1 a.m. or allows any person to consume alcoholic beverages on the premises after 1:15 a.m. shall be subject to the penalties provided in Chapter 138, which is service of alcohol after license hours.
May I ask another follow-up, So let's assume for argument purposes, because nobody witnessed anybody actually consuming, they're still in violation by virtue of the fact that they exceeded their time limit, and there was still, whether they were paying patrons or not, there's specific language as to whether or not people can be in the building at all past a certain hour, correct?
Absolutely correct.
Okay.
I might add, there's also...
It's got to be 1/2 hour after closing, so in their case, they're licensed till 11, was it? So it'd be 11:30.
Well, this language that we're talking about, and maybe at some point we need to look at an amendment. It specifically, it doesn't say a 1/2 hour after the light, okay. There is language in 104A1, no additional patrons may be allowed to the premises after closing, and patrons already on the premises may be allowed for up to 1/2 hour after closing time. Okay, you're correct. So we have a closing time of 11, no patrons after 11:30, based on that language.
Well, and again, the definition of patron, it's not specific as to whether or not a patron is somebody who pays or somebody who is invited for a private function. It's anybody.
It's anybody, and not to get too technical, but in Chapter 138, there's a presumption that any delivery of alcohol anywhere but in a private home is a sale. Alcohol delivered in a licensed establishment is defined as a sale.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Sure.
from
Go
Officer
ahead,
Magnuson?
Tracy.
Officer Magnuson, were there books checked while the officer was on site to make sure that the people listed and everything was up to date, they had everything, they'd been to the TIPS training, and that they had been to the mandated annual training that you...
I know there was no compliance check done at 1:45 in the morning. Officer Wimberg, did you do a compliance check when you went back March 1st?
We did.
Okay. Perhaps we'll ask Officer Wimberg to tell you what she found.
Is there, there's no allegation, is there, that there was any additional infractions as a result of the compliance check?
When we went on March 1st, we went through our checklist that we normally do, and the only violation that we found was the case of beer that was purchased at Becker's.
Good, okay.
Okay, which we haven't talked about yet. All right.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. So now let's talk about that. On March 1st at 9:01, Officer Wimberg did a compliance check with Officer Marino, I guess. And they stopped at this establishment at 880 Route 28, 80 Route 28. And spoke with Mr. Pagway, and he was cooperative, and they discovered a case of Heineken beer that had a sticker from Becker's package store. And when they inquired about it, Mr. Pagway said that he had bought it at Becker's because he ran out Then there was some conversation about the party, which really doesn't add anything to what we're talking about here. This is an additional violation. You can only buy liquor from a wholesaler. You can't buy it from a retailer and then sell it out of a business. So why don't you convey that to your father and ask him if there's anything he wants to say about that incident about buying the case of Heineken at Becker's and then selling it retail in his establishment.
Usted cuando compró la cerveza, la que usted estaba vendiendo para el público, o era como era?
No, de que nosotros compramos por lo que íbamos a hacer de con mis amigos, que era de los cumpleaños, nada más, no fue personal porque era el cumpleaños de los demás. ¿Qué responder? ¿Cuánto dijo? Más días. Más primero día que entonces era porque el martes volvió a ser mi cumpleaños, entonces compraba con los amigos míos, era para tomar así entre amigos. La primera vez que compraba nada más.
Ya no pedía más.
No, sí compramos de la primera vez porque nosotros ya hicimos la aplicación con la que es de vender. Solo compramos por eso nada más, pero nosotros queremos hacer todo legal, todo legal, todo el papel, entonces tenemos que la primera vez que compramos así.
So he says that he bought that case of beer, pretty sure it was, because he was going to celebrate his birthday the next day, but he didn't know that there was a law that implemented that he can't have other retailers like buy beer separately from another retail and then have it on the premises.
Que nosotros estamos tratando de hacer todo correcto y estamos aprendiendo esas cosas y ahora estamos, miren que antes no había mucho negocio y todo eso, pero como ahora ya estamos poniendo más bici, entonces estoy ya haciendo trabajar todo legalmente con los papeles que es necesario.
He says also that he's trying to do everything legally and he's trying to learn from it. He didn't know that he couldn't have that within the restaurant.
You said that he told you he bought that because he was going to celebrate his birthday the next day?
Which is March 2nd, yes.
Where was he going to have that celebration?
¿En dónde iba a celebrar?
No íbamos solo, solo íbamos a hacer cuando me prendieron y me brindaron un par de para cada uno ahí, hacer una comida y nada más.
He says he was just gonna have like couple friends, family, and it wasn't gonna be like a big event, or he was just gonna make something to eat and.
Pero no hicimos, teníamos que trabajar el siguiente día, no hicimos nada.
And he said he didn't end up doing anything because he had to work the next day. So.
According to this police report, and I'll give you an exact quote, it says, when we asked Pagway about it, he admitted that he bought it at Becker's because he ran out. And that seems to me to suggest that he bought it so that he had something to serve the public with because he ran out of beer. So does he dispute the police officer's statement?
Dice que si usted compró para vender, que usted ha dicho clear al policía que usted compró para vender porque usted ya no tenía más.
No,
Si vendió, no sé qué tiene que decir.
vendimos unas 5 cervezas que no vendido nada más, el resto no hemos vendido porque nosotros tomamos entre amigos 5 o 6 botellas vendidas, no sé, nada más.
Yeah, so he says that he did buy it for the celebration he was gonna have the next day, but at the same time he ran out, so he ended up using like 5 or 4 bottles from that from the case that he bought.
When you say he used 4 or 5 bottles, did he serve 4 or 5 bottles from that case to the public?
para el público, todo el día para el servicio.
Sí, para unos amigos que vinieron y porque pensaron, sí, de que estaban pagando.
Yeah, he says yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Que disculpe que es un mi error, entonces que yo
All
no
right.
quiero volver a cometer ese error.
Officer Magnuson, do you have anything else?
Generally, Mr. Pagway and Mr. Karchi are both very pleasant, friendly, nice folks to meet and say hi to. They have been to my seminar last year. They came again this year. And it reflects the problem that we saw in the beginning of the licensing process, which is that the lack of English. They come to the seminar and they don't get the information. I talk specifically about the law prohibiting purchasing alcohol from package stores in the seminar. I am frankly a little bit disappointed, and you have a finding of fact that you can make here based on your everyday experience and your common sense as to whether patrons, guests at the party, set down their half-full containers of alcohol at 11 o'clock, continued to party, dance, and enjoy the music, and didn't touch them again for 2 hours and 45 minutes. I think you can use your common sense to determine whether that's likely to be an accurate statement or not. If the board were to find one or two violations, I would like to be heard on disposition. What I am most interested in is, I'm sure what Mr. Stone is interested in, is assurance that these folks can comply with the law. This is their second and third violation, if the board finds them, in a year. They served a minor back last summer, were caught by the ABCC. And my concern is, the concern we all shared, is how can they comply and not present a potential danger to the public safety. I will say that none of these incidents presented an immediate danger to the public safety. It's not like serving an intoxicated person, but it shows a long-term problem.
Before you step down, usually when you write me a letter, you give me a summary of what you feel the violations are. Do you have that statement
Yes, I do.
with you? So I'm going to go through them quickly. I think we can wrap this up.
I'll read it, Mr. Stone, and then hand it to you, if that's okay. My summary, my practice is to list potential violations. I don't find violations, I just point them out to the board as potential. The first is for the February 10th incident, permitting an illegality on the licensed premises, to wit, violation of General Laws, Chapter 38, Section 12, service of alcoholic beverages beyond the hours fixed by the local licensing authority for that license. And that is also a violation of Yarmouth Rules and Regulations, which I read to you, Section 104. Also on that day would be permitting an illegality on the licensed premises, to wit, DJ entertainment and amplified music without an entertainment license as required by Chapter 240, Section 183A. Also a violation of our entertainment rules and regulations, which are in Section 2. With respect to March 1st, 2019, the potential violation is permitting an illegality on the licensed premises, to wit, violation of Chapter 138, Section 23, sale of alcoholic beverages purchased from a package store, which is licensed under Section 15.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, do we have to close the public part of this?
We're going to momentarily. I'm going to ask these. You've heard what Officer Magnuson says that he believes the violations are from those two incidents. Is there anything that you want to say about this before the board deliberates?
No, de que nosotros estamos aprendiendo, pero nosotros queremos hacer todo bajo, o sea, queremos trabajar junto con ellos legalmente. Tratar de hacer que ellos no
Yeah, he says that he's trying to do everything the right way, but he didn't know about the law because sometimes he doesn't understand. He doesn't know how to read English, so I have to explain it to him sometimes. So he says that he wants to work and he's learning from his mistakes, and he's willing to work with anything. He says that he's sorry for it.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask,
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question about previous experience. I just don't recall from the record what previous experience you had with regard to operating a restaurant, and not necessarily here in this country, elsewhere, and the service of liquor and entertainment and so forth.
Si tenía alguna experiencia antes de hacer esto, o si tenía el restaurante con licor y todo eso.
Bueno, claro, conocimiento, claro, tengo experiencia, pero no tanto, pero estamos haciendo con...
Sorry, he says that he has experience, but he has never opened his own restaurant. He's never had any business within like serving alcohol, but he has worked with other people, but he has never went through this by himself.
Okay. All right.
Well,
Again, we haven't made any findings yet, so I don't want anybody to be talking about disposition, like what we're going to do or not do, because we have to go through it. And
well, the reason I asked about the compliance check was to verify that, in fact,
that's fine. You could.
he had been to the training and that he had the rules and regulations. And I think that this board's been very.
And that's going to go more, though, on the issue of disposition, and that is, if we find violations, what do we take into account? That goes more to that question.
Our commentary with Mr. Pengway from the very beginning of his licensing addressed the issue of language barrier.
Oh, I know. We're going to get to all that.
And, okay, well, I guess I'll wait till we get to that then.
The question, I guess, is if there's a finding of violations would be whether that should be taken into consideration or not, and to what degree. Any questions, Eric?
No, not at this point, no.
Tracy?
Well, my questions, I guess, are related to that and how we're going to rectify that regardless.
Yeah.
So if you
Okay.
want me to wait, I can wait.
Yeah, hold off on that.
Okay, I make
You
a
don't have
motion
any
to
more?
close the public hearing.
Mark?
I'm fine.
Okay. We have a motion to close the public hearing. Do we have a second? Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, the public hearing's now closed. Let's go through these.
I make a motion that we make a finding in violation of the permit for,
Let's go through one at a time. Let's deal with February 10th.
the February 10th violation of 204 CMR 2.052, permitting an illegality on the licensed premises, violation of Mass General Law, Chapter 138, Section 12, service of alcohol beverage beyond the hours fixed by a local licensing authority for that license. This also is a violation of Yarmouth Rules and Regulations, Section 1.04 A, C, D, and E. I move that we find in violation of that.
Okay, let's talk about that. Our local rules and regulations is an easier question because it gives you a certain amount of time, a half an hour after closing, to basically clear out of the property. And that wasn't done. It doesn't appear to be done. And I want to hear, I know Officer Magnan is talking about common sense. I don't think we have any direct evidence that they were consuming alcoholic beverages after closing, although I certainly have suspicions, and I know what I think in my heart of hearts. But I remember from the Red-Faced Jack case, one of the principles of law that came down in that case was, if there was a question about did they really drink after they left the premises, and I remember a statement in the law, them saying, well, the fact that you don't believe they did is not the same as affirmative proof that they did. So in other words, disbelieving that somebody did something doesn't necessarily give you the proof that you need to show that they did do it.
But the alcohol was there.
It was there, but
What
that's...
clearly violates our, and to your point about other cases that we've seen, this goes actually even for employees, employee drinking after hours. And so I think that we have to be very careful about not finding in violations for this, because that often happens, that employees are there long after the establishment is closed, and they can only be there for so long. Whether they're consuming, if they have alcohol around them, then that's in violation.
I don't have a problem with that under our local bylaws, but the other part of it, under Mass General Laws 138-12, service of alcoholic beverages beyond the hours fixed by the licensing, with basically service of alcoholic beverages past 11 o'clock. What direct evidence do we have that that was done? Is there evidence that alcoholic beverages were actually served after 11 o'clock? Personally, I don't think it's there, but Phil, do you want to be heard on that?
One of my favorite cases involved a ferry collision. And a federal court decision, the judge said to ignore, this is a circumstantial case, to ignore this evidence would be like Robinson Crusoe ignoring the footprint in the sand. It's circumstantial, but it's very strong. It's enough for you to base a finding on.
You know, so, and I'm not trying to be argumentative, but applying that type of logic, if this were a Sweet 16 party, I'm assuming there were minors in the building? Can you ask your father if there were people under the age of 21 in the building?
Sí, claro, que la única que era apenas era solo la quinceañera, nada más. Y mi hijo, él.
He says that it was a surprise party for my cousin, his niece. Yeah, they came from all the way from New York, so there weren't any of her friends or anyone under the age of 21. Most likely, my dad's friends and family.
But were there any?
Yeah, I was there. I'm under 21.
So, I mean, again, applying the same type of logic, we could then find it that the minors were served. And I just don't see the evidence. I agree, it's perfectly logical to make the assumption, and I would believe that people were drinking after 11:30. But by the officer's own admission, he did not observe anyone drinking when he walked in.
But service of alcohol, what did you say the terminology of that was? It doesn't have to be for sale, it just has to be the conveyance?
And that's not my point. My point is, nobody was nobody was actively consuming alcohol upon the officer's arrival and observation. And we can all assume what happened. I don't disagree with you one bit.
It's for you to make that finding a fact.
Right. And I just can't find, the DJ, no doubt about it. The case of beer, no doubt about it. Actual service and consumption, I can't honestly say that that's a fact.
Mark, what do you think?
What do I think? I'm still thinking.
Okay. Norm?
I think we're in splitting hairs with this whole situation. I'm exasperated with the situation that we find ourselves in, and I'm talking about the town, because I think that we had a situation where we issued a license, and in 2020 hindsight, had I known that Mr. Pagway did not have any experience operating operating a restaurant and serving alcohol as an owner, I would have had real difficulty given the language barrier. And, you know, now we're faced with a situation where the language barrier has contributed to violations, and I believe that they thought it was a private party, that it was not a violation. They just simply didn't know. And in spite of having attended seminars, again, the language barrier comes into this whole situation. So I'm very frustrated with this. I don't see how, in good conscience, we can substantially penalize these Mr. Pagway, given the fact that we knew to start with what the language barriers were.
Well, I think it's premature to talk about penalizing it until we make the findings.
I understand that. I want to continue my statement. Is there anything in the regulations that requires an individual that is to run a business to speak English?
No.
No.
And in fact, when Officer Magnuson and I discussed concern about the language after the license was granted, we reported that to the ABCC, and they still approved it.
So they didn't have any difficulty with that at that point.
Bill?
It's just, I just feel very frustrated with the whole situation, and I feel badly for Mr. Pagway, and that the situation is such that it is. I don't think that he believes he was trying to do anything that was against the law. And I believe you're his son.
Yes.
And I believe that they are, in fact, trying to do their best. So, I don't know what our resources are to deal with these kinds of situations.
Well, again, I think we can take that into account after we get done finding out what if violations are. What did you want to say, Phil?
I was just going to answer Mr. Holcomb. When we called the APCC, they confirmed my understanding, which is that we can't discriminate against someone based on language or ethnicity. And what their suggestion was, watch performance, watch for violations. And unfortunately, the violations have come to us. So what we're looking at is, we know what the cause is, but what we have to deal with is just the violations at this point.
Right.
Now, Mr. Karchi, the gentleman in the middle, he speaks more English than Mr. Pagway. And I sent a follow-up memo down to Mr. Stone after meeting with Mr. Pagway about a month after I met, about Mr. Karchi about a month after I met with Mr. Pagway, and I felt better about that because he at least had some understanding of what we were talking about. He has some restaurant experience, although not alcohol management experience. And what they've been trying to do for the last year is to get their paperwork squared away, to get the restaurant into the corporate form, and appoint Mr. Karchi as manager. I believe he works there now as it is.
Okay.
However, unfortunately, even with Mr. Karchi there, the violations have still occurred.
I guess my frustration is that our function is to protect the public.
Yes. I share that frustration. I don't have an answer.
I think to your point, Norm, I think that's the point we need to get to.
I know.
But
I know it
to
is.
the
And
discrimination point, I think we tried to make our point very clear to them at the beginning. And having said that, it's their responsibility to understand the rules and regulations. It's not a right to have the license. It's, in my opinion, it's a privilege. And they have to abide by the law. And we have to treat them all the same, unfortunately, because we can't say to this one person, because they have this, that they have to figure it out. But if we don't find a violation, we're never going to rectify the problem, and somebody could get hurt, because that's our only remedy here, is as sad as it is.
You know, the state is as guilty as anyone else by saying, watch for the violations, because that essentially puts them in the same position.
Well, they have the license now, so the only thing that we can do to take corrective action in any violation is to, if we find.
Okay, let's go back to the first one, Chapter 178 through 138, Section 12. Service of alcoholic beverage beyond the hours fixed by the local licensing authority. Let's stay with that particular one. Who is prepared to make a finding of that they're responsible for that?
I did already.
Tracy made a motion.
Well, she made it with
I
both.
made
I'm
it-
separating them out because we
So you
can't.
want to just do the Yarmouth rules and regulations?
No, I want to do them in order. Chapter 138, Section 12, which is service of alcoholic beverage beyond the hours fixed by the local licensing authority for that license. Requires evidence of service of an alcoholic beverage beyond the hours on the license, which would be 11 o'clock. So,
I think Tracy did make a motion to find that as a
she
fact.
did. She found that and in the following section, too. I'm just separating the two of them because they're different. So, all those in favor of making a finding that there was a violation, say aye on that particular provision.
Aye.
Okay, there's two. All those that feel there's not sufficient evidence for a violation, say no. No.
No.
All right, so there's no violation on that one. Now, the next part is violation of Yarmouth Rules and Regulations 1.04A, B, and E, which is patrons on the premises may remain for up to 1/2 hour after closing. No additional patrons may be allowed into the premises after closing. And I don't think you need a finding on that there was any alcohol consumed after hours. So anyone that believes there's a violation of that local rule, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Wait a second, what was A, C, D, and E?
Yeah, that's section 104. It says employees and/or patrons are only permitted on the premises during the hours of operation of the license with the following exceptions. Patrons already on the premises may remain for up to 1/2 hour after closing time. No additional patrons may be allowed into the premises after closing. The owner, manager, and employees can be on the premises after hours for purposes of cleaning, making repairs, or providing or preparing food.
And then what is C?
And B says alcoholic beverage license.
C is not in question here.
Okay,
What is
C says any licensee who serves after 1 a.m. or allows any person to consume alcoholic beverages after 1:15 shall be subject to the penalties provided in Chapter 138.
So that's the same issue as with 138.12.
Yeah, but I think, again, you don't have to make a finding on all of those subsections. I think if you have a finding that they remained on the premises after the required time, that's sufficient.
I don't agree with that. I think this is a violation of Yarmouth Rules and Regulations 104A, C, D, and E.
Right.
C is,
C is any licensee who serves after 1 a.m. or allows any person to consume after 1:15 shall be subject to the penalties of 138. And D says it's responsibility of the licensee to remove all glasses, bottles, or other containers from all tables, bars, counters, and patrons in public areas no later than 1:15 a.m. that assumes that you're licensed to operate until 1 o'clock, and they weren't. They were only licensed.
And what does E say?
E? All patrons must be off the licensed premises no later than 1:30 a.m.
Okay, so do those apply to the adjusted hours or the hours under the permit, or are those fixed hours?
You want to be heard on that, Phil?
Okay, going back to 104A, refers only to closing time. So it doesn't have a specific time, it's just closing time, which in the case of this license would be 11 o'clock. No additional patrons may remain for up to 1/2 hour after closing time. C has specific times. No consumption of alcoholic beverages after 1:15. D, responsibility to remove all glasses, bottle, or other containers no later than 1:15 a.m. E, all patrons off the licensed premises no later than 1:30 a.m. So those times seem to be absolute in response to your question. And maybe we need an amendment there, but certainly they were there after 1:30.
Make a motion that we find a violation of Yarmouth Rules and Regulations, Section 1.04 A, D, and E. C's the one that, we talked about the consumption of alcohol, we can't prove. It's kind of the same thing as one.
Yeah, you can do that.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second to find the violation of Yarmouth Rules and Regulations, Section 1.04 A, C.
No.
No.
A, D, and E.
I'm sorry, A, D, and E. Okay. And all those that feel there's sufficient evidence to make that finding, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, so that's responsible on that one. All right, now we
Make a
go
motion
to
that
the
we find a
DJ.
violation of permitting and illegal, a violation of 204 CMR 2.05, permitting and illegality on the licensed premises to wit DJ entertainment and amplified music without an entertainment license. Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 183A. Also a violation of the Yarmouth Rules and Regulations, Section 2A.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of making a finding of responsibility on that alleged violation, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, so there's a responsible finding on that. Which brings us to the purchase of alcoholic beverages from a retail establishment and using them, dispensing those beverages.
On the violation of March 1st, 2019, I find a violation of 204 CMR 2.052, permitting and illegality on the licensed premises, to wit, violation of Chapter 138, Section 23, sale of alcohol beverages purchased from a Section 15 package store.
Okay, all those who think that there's sufficient evidence to make that finding, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? So there's a finding responsible on that. Is that pretty much it, Phil?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to be heard on disposition?
We have in our regulations progressive penalty guidelines on the theory that history should be more important than having one bad incident. So the board has the discretion of treating this as a second and a third violation. You could, if you want to, lump them together and treat it as a second violation. Under the progressive penalty guidelines, the penalty for a second violation would be a warning to a 10-day suspension. The penalty for a third violation would be a 10-day suspension to a 30-day suspension. You, of course, have the ability to vary from those guidelines. I am not seeking an oppressive lengthy suspension in this case. I think we need to send a warning that they need to do whatever they have to do to learn and comply with the regulations. If you do find a second and a third violation, the penalty for fourth violation is between a 30-day suspension and revocation of license. So there may be value in finding a second and a third violation with a very modest suspension, perhaps a suspension to be held for a period of time. But they need to know that the next time, if this continues, that they're going to be at risk for their license.
Officer Magnuson, when you say, where's the first? Are you assuming that these are three separate?
No, the ABCC.
No, they have an ABCC violation for serving a minor.
Oh.
I'm sorry, you weren't here when we introduced that 2 weeks ago.
Okay, thank you.
And under our rules, the ABCC violation counts as a prior.
Okay.
Okay, Norm, so I think that the points that you were making about language are very much in point at this time. I'm inclined to agree with you that unfortunately a lot of this, probably, if not all of it, has arisen because of language problems, language issues. And I feel bad about that. But on the other hand, I mean, you can't forever let that suffice as an excuse to not being responsible in the service of alcohol. The other thing is, I look at the violations. They're not egregious as far as things go. I mean, one was operating after hours, you know, not having an entertainment license, buying alcohol at a retail establishment instead of a wholesaler. I mean, I don't think these are real threats to public safety.
Right.
So I think we should take that into consideration, too.
I agree, Mr. Chairman, but I'd like to hear from them what steps they're going to take before I make a decision to rectify the current problem that we have.
We can get to that. I just want to get a quick view going down the line as to, you know, how people want to view this. Mark, what do you think?
I'm a little bit with Tracy. I think I'd like to hear a little bit more from them in terms of what.
You want to say anything more than you said before?
No, not at this point. I'd like to hear from them, but.
We can come back. Eric, anything now, or do you want to hear from them?
Sure, I'll wait.
Okay. The board's indicated that they would like to hear from your father as to, before they decide what they're going to do about these violations, they want to hear what he's going to do to avoid having problems in the future like this continuing.
All right. Dice que está en hacer para que ya no suceda más estas violaciones en el futuro.
No, de que nosotros vamos, si queremos algún rato poner un DJ o lo que sea, o hacer un party, nosotros queremos sacar un permiso, o de que nosotros vamos a tratar de hacer lo mejor que podamos, que no vamos a cometer más errores y que vamos a tener todo bajo papel, que vamos a hacer todo legal. Estamos así, que nos disculpen una vez más y nos den una oportunidad más porque estamos. Claro que no tenemos tanta experiencia, pero de la cocina, de la comida sí tenemos bastante experiencia y todo.
He says he's gonna try to do everything by the law, and he's gonna try to apply for an entertainment license, and he's gonna look into more training with the laws and everything like that related to that. And personally, for me, I just came back from school. I'm gonna start working with him. Full-time there, and since I speak better English than him, I'll make sure I'm with him and explaining him how things work, because he doesn't know how to read English. But I'm personally going to be working there more often now and explaining to him and making sure he's doing the right thing.
What's the,
I should tell the board that we do have another quick hearing relating to the same license where Mr. Karchi, is it, that's going to be the manager?
Yes, my understanding is that they were going to convey the license from a sole proprietorship to a corporation, and Mr. Karchi was going to be the manager of record. That's my understanding.
The reason I'm bringing that to the board is right now, I think Mr. Pagway is the manager on the license. Phil?
Yes, Mr. Pagway is.
So he's going to be, they petitioned to have the license transferred and have, I think, Mr. Karchi substituted as the manager.
Yes, on the sole proprietorship license, I don't think there is a manager listed. When you have a corporate license, then you have a manager of record listed.
Okay, it's not listed on the license, but it is listed with the,
Well, on the corporate license, it would
Town
be listed
hall.
right on the face of the license itself.
Right.
But I believe in a sole proprietorship, the assumption is that the sole proprietor is the manager.
Okay. And we'll get to that, too. All right, anybody else?
Yeah, I have a question, Phil, again, I'm sorry you're running back and forth here.
No, there's a chair right next to the podium, Phil.
I know you've conducted training sessions and that they've attended and so forth. And again, the question of whether there was really any understanding of what went on or not is still up in the air.
I think his son was at the last one, weren't you?
Yeah, in February, I think it was that birthday party, or you
No,
talking
no,
about-
it's about the compliance seminar, wasn't his son?
I don't think so.
No, I wasn't there.
Mr. Karchi and Mr. Pagway were there.
Let
but
me
I don't-
continue my question. In those seminars, how many pages of regulations do we have that you go through as part of that?
I go through both state law, regulations, practical problems, specifically address private parties, pretty much all the areas where we see people get in trouble. It's a PowerPoint presentation. It takes about 2 hours and 15 minutes, 2 hours and 20 minutes. And I can print out the PowerPoint. It's a simplified presentation of the law. It's easier than reading the rules and regulations. And I was going to suggest that perhaps Jackson should come to our next seminar.
Well, I think I'm not sure that that's enough because, you know, what that implies is that Mr. Pagway's son is going to then accurately translate that material for Mr. Pagway. And, you know, to my way of thinking at this stage, in this one case, we've issued the licenses. We need to take some additional steps to make sure that that information that we're communicating is clearly understood by Mr. Pagway, not by his son. Certainly, he could be the conduit, but we've got to figure out how to get this across to him. In the future, you know, I think we have, as a community, have a responsibility to screen those situations and require that an applicant come in with the capability to understand and have the resources available to them so that they can understand the regulations and what is communicated. You know, again, in retrospect, I kick myself in the pants for not saying this is not a reasonable approach to issuing a license to someone that does not speak the English language, because there was no way that Mr. Pagway could have understood
I agree.
what the requirements are.
Oh, my understanding of the law confirmed by the ABCC is we'd be on very thin ice if we did that.
And I, you know, frankly, if the state is willing to take the low road, that's fine. You know, but I don't, I'm not going to stoop to that level, frankly, of putting the public at risk in a situation where we could have avoided that by requiring the language barrier be broken through.
I agree with Phil. I think we're beyond thin ice, and the ABCC has superseding jurisdiction, anything we do, so. The other thing is, not everybody that doesn't speak the language necessarily has to run the business. They could hire some English-speaking person.
There are a number of licensees in town for whom English is very much a second language, and they do all right. There are plenty of non-English speaking licensees in Boston and other communities that do fine. And I will do anything I can to help them. I've already spent a
No,
great
you
deal
will.
of time with them. I'll do whatever needs to be done.
All the coulds or woulds or couldas and shouldas, you know, the situation is what it is.
But I don't think we'll ever be able to legally say that we're only going to give licenses to people that speak English.
I think it
No,
comes,
I'm not implying that at all. But what I am saying is that who don't speak the language and who are confronted with regulations that are only in English need to demonstrate they have the capacity of having someone that can translate that material into their native language so that we know that there's an understanding of the regulations.
I don't disagree with that.
but we can't take the responsibility of translating it to any language. I mean, they
no, we
have to have
can't.
some personal
Absolutely not.
responsibility of
Absolutely
themselves.
not.
He needs to bring a translator if he needs to, but that's his responsibility to understand the rules and regulations. We made it very clear.
Understand, but having said that, he didn't understand.
We made it clear to
He
ourselves.
still doesn't, but that's the point. When I'm asking from them, I'm not real comfortable in, and in terms of public safety, I still do not have confidence from what your response was, that there's going to be somebody there at all times that understands the rules and regulations in English, that can translate it. I know you're there now, full-time. Are you tip certified?
Yes.
Okay. And are you there every day? Who's there when you're not there? I just want to make sure there's a plan in place, that somebody's there that's responsible, can understand the rules and regulations. That's what I think we need. We need to just be assured that that's going to happen.
Well, I'm sure that since throughout the winter, due to the low amount of money that comes in, tourists and everything, personally, my dad can't hire more people. Economically, it's sometimes not possible. But he, like I said, when I'm not there, he's there, and manager.
Dile que el que cocina conmigo, él habla más inglés que yo. Cuando llegan cualquier policía o algo, el chef, los dos nos traducimos y entendemos todo lo que estamos haciendo.
You know, ultimately, it comes down to, one way or the other,
Que él trabaja de
that your father has to take the responsibility for knowing the regulations. And it's not up to us to decide or figure out how your dad is going to understand the regulations that are in English. And it's not our responsibility to, you know, I could be sympathetic that, yeah, the margins are thin and it's tough to be able to afford to find the resources to do that. But it's got to be done, one way or the other.
Nosotros tenemos el chef de ahí que trabaja conmigo, que él está conmigo desde la mañana. Él
Can we
necesita
move on?
que yo no entienda en inglés, él me traduce y él hace.
For them to process what you just said.
Pero piensa que yo no tengo nadie ahí.
He says that he has someone who translates for him. He works with someone else. The chef helps him all the time to translate. If there's anything or he doesn't understand, he asks him to help him. They work together, but like he said, at that time when the violations happened, I'm not sure, because
Yeah, I understand.
All right, so Officer Magnus, I'm going to throw something out at you and see what you think about it. What I would be thinking on in this case, in view of the fact that these are not the most serious of violations, certainly on the totem pole, and given the language issues that I think run through all of these violations, I would say we treat it as a second offense and either issue a warning, or if you're going to actually give a suspension, do it 1 day and hold it in abeyance for a period of a year. I don't think the seriousness of or the lack of everything's serious, but I mean on a scale of 1 to 10. There's no minors served, there's no intoxicated people that are out driving automobiles or anything like that, so that would be my recommendation.
It's certainly within your discretion to do whatever you want.
What do you think?
And certainly to treat it as one offense and one second offense, given the fact that they've already got 2 days held in abeyance over their head from the previous violation with the ABCC. I think there should be some period of suspension, a moderate period of suspension. Maybe 3 or 4 days, serve 1, keep the rest in abeyance. But I don't think you can back down and have lesser penalties for the second offense than they got for the first offense. I just think that's
I think you can, only because the first offenses are a lot more serious. They're serving minors.
Well, to me, what's important is not just 1 bad day, as I said, it's track record, and that's what we're looking at. But again, it's all within your discretion.
All right. I'll hear from other members of the board. Eric?
I'm struggling with whether or not I want to treat this as 1 offense or 2 or 3. I'm inclined to treat them as 1, and I think that, to me, a suspension held in abeyance for a shorter period of time and contingent upon some sort of documentation that the owner has either had the rules and regulations translated to him, or has received a written translated copy of the regulations and completely understands them. I want some assurance of that. And I think that I would be in favor of that being a condition of any suspension or abeyance of a suspension. That's the most important thing to me. Is I want to come out of this knowing that the owner understands the rules and that he's not just sitting in the audience at those seminars and not understanding what's being taught to him.
That's what I was going after with my rambling remarks, but is to get to the point where we know that the regulations are well understood.
Yeah, I would like to know that, where May 1st, I would suggest issuing a warning and giving the Mr. Pagway 30 days to demonstrate an understanding of our rules and regulations, and if a clear understanding is not demonstrated after that period of 30 days, I would propose perhaps a 3-day suspension, 1 served and 2 held in abeyance.
For what length of time, you think?
The only problem I'm having is how are we going to
enforce the knowledge,
measure compliance with that. None of us speak Spanish.
Well, I think that it is incumbent upon the owner to have the rules and regulations translated in writing by someone for him. I don't know if there's computer software that will take a document that's in English and simply translate it.
There is.
There is?
Yeah.
But I would like every single page of that document initialed and some other measure of understanding.
Would you be willing to add to that Mr. Pagway's son comes to the May 20th seminar, so there'll be someone in the building who's
Absolutely. And I would like Mr. Pagway and his son to go to that seminar together with a translated copy of our rules and regulations. I mean, I'm not trying to make this overly complicated, but it certainly shouldn't be easy either.
Well, Mr. Pagway clearly isn't going to do the translation.
Well, no, I don't care who does it.
So who's going to do it?
I'll do it.
Have you seen the 15 pages of single-spaced rules and regulations?
No, I haven't. I have been.
How do you know you can translate them?
I can do it. It's
Are you aware of software that exists that will translate it?
yes. I do it all the time in college.
But then let's do that. And we will gladly take a copy from you when you're done so that we can distribute it to other people in a similar situation.
I can do that, no problem. And one question. It's the seminar is on May 20th. What time and where? The
10
place?
o'clock in the morning at the police station.
If we haul them in abeyance, as you recommended, don't we have to give a length of, a period of time that we do that for?
We'll do it for 1 year. So it would be a warning, a suspension, a 3-day suspension to be held. So I guess there's 2 levels to the abeyance. Let's say the full suspension to be served if there is no written understanding of the laws after 30 days. And if there is an demonstration of an understanding of the laws after 30 days, we will do, are you open year-round?
Yes.
We'll do 1 day in February, and we'll hold the other 2 in abeyance. So my suggestion would be a minimum of 1 day served at some off time of the year, will hardly impact you at all. As long as your father demonstrates an understanding of those rules
Okay.
within 30 days, and you both attend that May 20th seminar.
I'll be there.
Canada.
Second that.
Okay. We have a motion?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it all out. So you wouldn't really have a warning. That would be inconsistent with a suspended. So what you would actually be doing is a 3-day suspension. A 3-day loss of license, a 3-day suspension of license to be held in abeyance, conditioned upon him demonstrating that he understands the laws
Within 30
after
days.
30 days.
And the attendance of-
attends the seminar with his son.
Yeah, there's a lot of pieces there.
Which is scheduled for May 20th. The only thing is, I mean, to be able to measure compliance, would we not have to continue this hearing until after that 30-day
My
period?
suggestion, just so that procedurally, it's a little bit cleaner. I think it's troublesome to have a warning and a threatened suspension
Yeah,
coming.
we can.
So how about this? We say a 3-day suspension.
Right.
Held in abeyance. 1 day held in abeyance for 30 days. If he can demonstrate compliance with your requirements, and I'll talk about that in a minute, then all the days will be held in abeyance. So there'll be no real penalty. And they'll be held in abeyance for a certain time. So if he doesn't do what you want him to do, he'll get a 1-day suspension with 2 in abeyance. If he does what you want, the 3 days will be held in abeyance. I just think that works cleaner than having a warning and then another suspension.
I think the warning is inconsistent.
Exactly. I think you'd have to have another meeting and change your ruling to do that.
All right, so let's skip the warning. My question to you, Phil, is, if he doesn't do what we want him to, and we're only going to ask him to serve 1, why are we even making reference to 3?
Okay, that's your call. I think because you want to deter future violations.
Yeah,
That's
and I
why
like
you'd have the
3
2 in
because
advance.
It's a step up from the last one, as he indicated before.
And as far as compliance, We could say he's going to need to have a copy of the rules and regulations translated in English. His son is going to...
Spanish.
I'm sorry, Spanish. His son is going to attend the seminar, and I will meet with them afterwards to determine their level of understanding and communicate that to Mr. Stone.
So let's do
I
that.
think that's all we can do.
3-day suspension. If he can demonstrate understanding of the rules and regulations within 30 days and attends the seminar on May 20th, we'll hold all 3 in abeyance. If he
For what period of time?
1 year. If he doesn't make those 2 concessions, then all 3 days will be acted upon. And I hope you realize we're really trying to, I mean, Officer Magnuson is going out of his way to make this
Yeah.
easy for, no, not easy, but to help you.
Yeah, help.
Do you have a second?
So,
I'll second that.
So he would serve, so if he doesn't comply, he serves the 3?
yes. At a time to be, do we have to determine when now?
Good question. What do you think on that, Phil? Normally, you do have the day that you're going to...
Normally, you do. I think if you're going to impose the suspension, you'd have to have a meeting just to vote on the suspension, I would think, to impose the date, if you don't impose it now.
I'll put up for consideration the first Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday in February.
Second that.
Or 2020.
2020.
Oh, you can't do that, though. You can't do that because it goes into the next license year.
That's okay, we can.
I thought we were told you can't carry over.
No, you can, because we've seen the ABCC give 2 years in abeyance against the license. It's only good for a year, so you must be able to do it.
I thought we weren't allowed to do that. Last time we were told we weren't allowed to carry over something.
I think it is cleaner to do it in the same calendar year, the same
Calendar year?
license year. Yeah.
So it could be December, the first, second, third Tuesday of December. No?
Just hate to do it, you know.
How about November? October and November.
Business like that gets busy with tour buses in October and November.
Well, then,
It's
good.
cleaner to do it that way,
Then
though, but
make
you
sure
see
that they'll
often,
follow the
Phil,
rules, and we won't have to worry about it.
you see often the ABCC will give whole suspensions in abeyance for
They hold
2
them in
years.
advance, but I think they have to have another meeting to oppose them, I think. That really makes sense, otherwise how are you going to know when to oppose it?
No, I
That's
think you would have to have another meeting.
That's doable.
All right, let's do that. Hope that he comes through with,
Just hold them in abeyance, and then if there's a violation, we'll have a meeting to determine when those suspensions will be served.
brief meeting.
Okay. We have a motion and second.
Chief is seeking recognition. Is that you? Did you want to
Chief, you have
speak?
something?
Yeah, I've been watching and listening and what's been going on here. We put an awful lot of work and effort into this, as you can see by tonight. This is a second violation. In my estimation, the simplest thing to do is give them a 2-day suspension, and we will work with them in every way we can to help them comply
Let's move
and keep
on.
it clean.
We've got a motion, and it's seconded. Can we move on? Can we take a vote?
Yes. Okay, we have a motion and second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone
Aye.
opposed? All right, so you understand everything?
Yes.
Okay. We hope that you'll comply with the board's wishes,
Yeah.
attend the seminar, do the translation of the rules and regulations. Now, if you need a copy of those, Officer
They're
Magnuson.
required to have a copy in their establishment, so they should have one. If
Well,
not,
what if they don't?
Can we move on to the next item?
We want to,
Yes. All right, so the next item is the transfer of the license.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This may not be the correct timing, but it would be my suggestion that we postpone this until we have clear understanding that the condition of the last hearing has been met. I'm not interested in granting another license knowing full well going into it that the law may not be clear.
Okay, we can do that, but I just want to avoid the legal advertising, so can we continue this for a date beyond the 30 days?
Yeah.
Give me a date on that. That's fine.
I think it's reasonable, given that there is not.
I just don't want to make them have to go through all the expense of the advertising and stuff.
The problem is the manager will stay the same. June 18th.
June 18th?
Yes.
Okay, so the transfer of the license is continued until June 18th. You'll have to be here at that time at 6 o'clock. That has nothing to do with this hearing that we've had tonight. It's the transfer. Okay?
But be advised that if you don't meet the conditions of the previous hearing, I'm not going to vote favorably to give you more licenses if I don't think that you're able to understand the rules.
Yeah, I understand that.
All right?
All right, I think you guys know what we want, and I think you can do it, all right?
Yeah.
Good luck to you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Again.
All right, is that it for licenses? Yes.
It is. All right, we'll move ahead with our 7:30 item.
You got slides or?
They like to.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's a USB.
Charge. Not really sure how we go about doing this. It was voted at the 2018 town meeting. The committee was established. It was to establish a committee under the Mass General Law, Chapter 60, Section 3D, to establish and manage a fund to help defray the real estate taxes of low-income, elderly, and disabled persons. Town of Yarmouth residents voted at the 2018 annual town meeting on May 5th to accept the provisions of Chapter 60. Chapter 60. This article would assist elderly and disabled taxpayers who are struggling to pay their property tax bills. Contributions are collected through voluntary donations made on real and personal property tax bills. Awards are made annually and applied directly to residents' property tax bills based on the applicant's need as evaluated by a 5-member committee. All applications are confidential and reviewed within executive session. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, do we have a draft of a charge?
I think this is it.
Yeah. Well, we have to rotate that.
Purpose is to establish the fund, but it doesn't have a committee. Do you have a sample application or?
That's all to be determined by the committee. The committee actually will the committee of 5, 2 appointed statutorily, and then 3 at large, and that committee is the one that develops the guidelines,
So is
with,
there a
obviously, with
draft?
your input.
Is there a draft charge yet, or what are you looking for us?
I'm not sure exactly what you're looking for. This was included in the package.
I mean, I think he outlines what he's looking to get for the appointments.
But
The
this
only
isn't-
thing I talked to the appointment chair about is rotation of terms and
Yeah.
active term.
This isn't in the right context that we,
Right.
Yeah, I think Can you explain, Andy, it says 2 by statute, 3 appointed by, who are the 2 by statute?
Treasurer, collector, chairman of the Board of Assessors.
Yes, I think all this should be sort of written into the charge. So we should.
It is written into the law, the Chapter 63D.
No, I understand. I'm just saying, I think it would be helpful if in the charge, which is, you have here a draft charge, so I think we just need to make that clear. So you said 1 is the treasurer.
I honestly, to be honest with you, I've never drafted a draft charge. I was not sure what should be in it.
Okay.
So I guess if it needs to be done again, I'd be happy to take any information as to what should be in it.
Well, we can, I mean,
Yeah, we can do it on the fly.
So
I mean, it's
2
not that complicated. I
so
just need to know who the 2 are by statute. We don't know.
Chairman of the Board of Assessors needs to be put in there, and the collector, tax collector?
Collector, treasurer. Treasurer, collector, I guess it is.
Okay.
Okay, well, there you go. There's 2.
And we can do, can the by statute ones be 1-year terms and the at-large be 3-year terms?
Why not? All right, what we can do
Is
is,
there going to be staff?
well, we can, I would recommend that we have 1 appointment for 1 year, and it could be one of the ex officios that are here. And then 2 members for 2 years, 2 members for 3 years. There's your 5. So that-
Typically, we do the 3 years because there's more continuity on it, but with the first appointment are staggered ends. So they'd have 3-year terms, but the first person we
Right.
appoint will be like,
For 1 year.
not 1 year, 2 year, and 3 years, so that way we're always rotating.
Oh, that was my point. So that's how I would structure the committee.
So you want them always to have 2-year appointments? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that there'd be 1 member for 1 year. When we set this committee up and we organize it, there'll be 5 that are on it. So 1 should be for 1 year, 2 should be for 2 years, and then the other 2 for 3 years.
Right.
That way, they'll work on a staggered basis. So that would be my recommendation.
Right, that's the initial
Right,
appointment.
the initial appointments, and then after that, they're
That'd be
3-year terms.
3-year terms.
So if we can,
Again, I'm not sure how it works, and I'm not sure that
We'll
by
take care of it.
statute,
Yeah.
you need to appoint the chairman of the Board of Assessors and the treasurer collector.
so I would move, is there any more discussion on this, or can we just go right to moving and setting it up, and then start recruiting people to serve on it?
Well, I guess the documentation that you use, is that a state document that they apply through, or is that something we have to create?
The
Application?
applicants apply for, it's something that will be created. We've got models from other towns
So
that
who
we've
are the
collected
2
so
by
far.
statute? What does that mean?
1 is the treasurer
One is the treasurer
the other is
collector,
the
one is
chair
the chairman of the Board of Assessors.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we've got that specified.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything else we have to add to this.
Well. Is there going to be criteria based on their decision, or?
I would imagine that they will come to you, how we first imagined this is they will come to you and ask you, what are you looking for? They will set the criteria. We have criteria from other communities on the Cape that already have enabled this legislation. So we'll have that to model from, and I'm sure that the committee will give you input as well.
Yeah, I think once we get the committee, they can come back with a recommended charge,
Inform.
and then we'll go with it from there. Okay? So, we already passed this at town meeting. What are we really asking this board to do at this time?
Just to approve this proposal, to set up a committee to oversee this program, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, at this point, we'd have to draft language for you to adopt the terms, put it in format. We can get these 2 ex officios appointed, and then have names for you available to make the appointments for the 3 other members of the committee.
All right, so do we have a motion to set up the
So you're looking for a
Elderly
motion?
and Disabled Taxation Aid Committee to be appointed by the Select Board?
I move.
I'll second for discussion.
Okay. And we had talked about the details, 2 by statute, and then appointed in 1, 2, and 3-year terms.
Yep.
Okay. So, it seems to me that the meeting schedule and so forth can be brought forward and along with the
Draft charge and some
Right.
example
Right.
days for you to have, yeah.
Yep. Okay. Any further discussion?
I have one question.
Sure.
Perhaps a little bit unrelated. Can the fund be set up as a 501c3 so people can make tax-deductible donations to it?
I'm not sure, but we certainly can look into that.
Okay.
Well, if it was a contribution to the town,
Yeah.
it'd be tax deductible.
If it were a contribution to
Like a scholarship
charitable or a charitable fund within the town, why not?
No, I'm just asking, isn't a contribution to the town?
Oh, I don't know.
Tax deductible? I think it is.
Is it?
Yeah. If you contribute to the library, to the fire department.
And that money all goes into the general fund, doesn't it?
I don't know
Well,
how
no,
the
you have to be-
scholarship committee's set up, but it would be similar.
Set up the gift account.
How you, yeah,
Conversation for another night.
yep,
So what,
okay.
all right.
But you have a sense, Andy, of the kind of questions that we're looking to have answers to,
Scholarship fund.
right?
Absolutely.
We're looking for some clarity in terms of how this is going to work, some sense of how it's worked in other communities.
Well,
And I think it would be helpful, quite frankly, to have that
And I-
before we even go too far out in advertising.
And I agree with that, but it's the committee's charge to come up with the guidelines. So we were just looking to, and if this was even back
Get it going.
when we were proposing it back last May, was to create the committee and give the committee some direction and let them craft the guidelines and bring it before you to then accept the guidelines.
Okay, so somewhere along those lines, if you could look into the question about tax deductibility of any contributions, whether it's 501c3 or some other method. Okay. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
You can move on to the next item.
The assessing, I'll cease reading it, and because I think you do have it in your package. It was basically a question that we were asked to weigh in on the statement that the town, that our property values from 2004 on had a shrinkage in commercial industrial property values, and why is that? I would like to point to the January 29th, 2019 presentation to the Board of Selectmen by Rich Bienvenu, representing the Water Resource Advisory Committee, and the UMass Donahue Institute study, Wastewater Infrastructure Effects on Economic Opportunity in Yarmouth. Both the presentation and the study echo the research done by this office with regard to decline of commercial industrial values in Yarmouth. General consensus amongst the three groups is that the town's commercial industrial valuation decline is due to the lack of wastewater infrastructure, essentially restricting newer economic opportunity and improvements to existing commercial properties, resulting in lower commercial industrial valuations for the town. In summary, the Board of Assessors reaffirms what both the Water Resource Advisory Committee and the UMass study has concluded. And I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have in regards to the questions.
Andy, has that decline occurred in Dennis?
I'm sorry?
Has that same decline occurred in Dennis?
Not to my knowledge, no. And I believe that was part of the question.
They don't have wastewater either.
That's correct.
I think one of the questions I asked was, could you put together a list of the 25 largest commercial taxpayers and demonstrate why there's been a shrinkage in their valuation?
Yeah, that was never a question that was posed to me at all.
It was a reasonable question 6 months ago. Yeah.
Yeah, that was never posed to me at all, that question.
I will say Dennis has a companion study, Towers, that did demonstrate that the lack of wastewater infrastructure has also impacted their hotel infrastructure as well. It's declined it in its hotel value. So, I mean, that's where we got, we borrowed from some of their information to do ours.
I think that's a very, very honestly, a flip answer. The 2004 since then, there's been a substantial decline in our commercial tax base. And that has effectively resulted in a significant shift of tax burden over to our residential taxpayers.
I'm not sure I would agree with that.
Well, if the commercial valuation goes down by...
But I think in the question, the way it was posed, and I don't know where the question came from, but what was posed to me was commercial industrial property. And we would agree with that. The problem is that personal property is part of commercial industrial personal property. So if you look at the split from 2008 to now, the split is about the same. Residential and commercial.
Split. I'm not talking about the split, I'm talking about the total value.
Yeah,
Just go on the state website, the Department of Revenue website.
Yes, this report is from the state website. And in 2008, the total of the real estate was 90%, and the total that the commercial industrial personal property paid was 9.8%. In 2019, the portion that the real estate taxpayers pay is 90.8%, and the total commercial, industrial, and personal property pay is 9.2%. So it's virtually the same as it was in 2008. And I think in the question, as it was posed, the one piece that was being forgotten was the personal property, which is generally commercial personal property and utilities. To the tune of $125 million. So I think when you throw that in the mix, it shows that the split is about the same as it always has been, or at least since 2008.
I'm not talking about percentages, I'm talking about dollars. Well, you know, 6 months ago, I asked this question.
What's the purpose of this? What are we trying to achieve? Is this
Trying
just...
to understand, why have commercial values gone down?
I don't have any data here about anything. I don't
Well,
even
in
know
the
what we're talking
question
about.
that I asked and wrote by email, there were specifics.
Well, that was between you and him, and the rest of us are just sitting
Well,
here trying to figure out what...
Actually, I never got an email. This is third or fourth hand. I don't know what the question was.
Don't take offense. It is, you know, I don't mean any criticism of you whatsoever. I'm frustrated that the question that I asked over 6 months ago and reiterated because I had not had a response is being responded to with something regarding wastewater. And, you know, I don't think that's the case, given the fact that other towns on Cape Cod that do not have wastewater do not have a similar decline in commercial values. And I'm not looking for an offhanded answer. The second follow-up, or probably third follow-up question I asked is, could we do a study of the 25 largest commercial taxpayers and from 2004, look at their valuation and figure out why that, if or whether their valuation has declined, and come up with some reasons that there's been a shrinkage. You know, I'm looking at it from the standpoint of, what is the problem? Why is it that there's been this decline, and is it something that we should be doing differently? And I'm not looking to find fault with anybody. I just want to see our commercial values go up, just like our residential values are going up. Because if our residential values are going up and the commercial values are going down, there's a shift in burden. And I understand what you're talking about with percentages, but you said 2008. I looked at 2004. And I looked at the State Department of Revenue website, the statistical information for all municipalities.
Yeah, I would be happy to answer any questions. If they're posed to me, specific questions, I'd be happy to look into them.
I'll try and get out my emails again.
Andy, what other factors might explain the decline in commercial values other than wastewater? I mean, with supply and demand, is there, if there's more,
I think the
you know, vacant properties or rundown properties here versus Dennis, would that factor into it?
Well, you know, and again, I think it's tied together. I mean, I don't know if anybody got the study and read it, but I did read it, and I think it's pretty clear in here and points to these specifically wastewater as being a major contributor. And the reluctance of property owners to invest in their properties because of the uncertainty. And I think it even, in the study, it even points to several owners who have kind of put their plans on hold because they're not sure what's going to happen. So if people aren't reinvesting, they refer to Yarmouth as very motel-centric, number one. We have a great deal of motels, more so than Dennis. They point specifically to the deterioration of those hotels. Deterioration of the hotels would lead to more vacancies, less people coming, which would lead to lower incomes, which would lead to lower values. So I think it's all related.
Didn't we have higher rooms tax income pretty consistently over the last several years?
And again, but it points to the fact that when it's compared to...
But do some of your commercial valuations, are they income-based?
Yes.
So is there a decline in income for these properties? Is that contributing to it, perhaps?
And that's exactly what the study is saying.
Yeah, but you're saying that it's based on wastewater. But potentially, there could just be lower income.
But no, I'm not simply saying it's based on wastewater. I'm saying that the studies that we've had done, and I didn't commission these studies, I don't know where it came from. They're pointing to the fact that property owners are not investing in their property. They don't, there's no urgency to invest capital. As a result, the properties are deteriorating. As a result, the values are lessening.
Seems legit.
It's a hypothesis. I'd like to see it demonstrated. That's all. And, you know, I understand the hypothesis, but then there's no data. And that's what I asked for, was data.
And yes.
If I might, what specific, you mentioned, I didn't see an email that said you wanted to look at 25 top taxpayers. So you want us to look at the top 25 top?
What I was suggesting is that an easy way of figuring out or understanding what has happened with our overall commercial taxation decline
With
might
or
be
without the commercial personal property? Because again, when you bring in the commercial personal property.
And all I'm doing is looking at the state website, DOR website.
different
I don't
columns.
recall from 6 months ago.
Yes, we'll give you that data, pointing out which columns are commercial and which columns are residential, so you have an understanding that commercial, industrial, and personal property need to be added together when you're looking at commercial.
I don't know.
So we'll do that as far back as
I don't
the
know
data.
what's in the numbers on the state website.
Okay, we'll clarify what's in the numbers. And we'll give you the ratios, and we'll give you the dollar amounts as far back as the DOR website goes. And you also want it, so the 25 largest
That was-
taxpayers fluctuate over the years as well.
It was just a way of trying to take a careful look at some specific examples of major property owners and see what was happening with their valuations.
Should we look at the 25 single properties or the 25 largest taxpayers?
I was thinking largest taxpayers.
Who they may be in and out of different properties, so I think that
You know, I was just suggesting an approach. If that approach is
Why don't we take the
baloney,
25
take
largest
another one.
properties then? And try to do that so it's apples to apples.
But again, are we talking property owners or largest taxpayers? Because I think of the top 10 taxpayers, I think at least 4 of them are utilities.
Don't get tied up in my definition. All I was trying to do was to try to look at some of the details for some of the major players.
Yeah, but we have
and
to
see
narrow.
what the trend was.
There's a lot of data that's available. So I think what we're saying is that we're going to clarify the columns that are in the state reports, letting you know what is commercial, industrial, and personal property, put those together versus what's residential, give you the dollar amounts and the percentages over time. I think that's one set of data points. I guess the other set of data points is that, again, as Andy pointed out, there are far more hotels and motels in the town of Yarmouth than there are in Dennis. So as the study pointed out, and we can resend that study to everybody, that will impact Yarmouth more than others. And they're pointing to wastewater as one of the impediments for those businesses to grow the way they should. You know, vis-a-vis somebody like a Falmouth, a Barnstable, who do have wastewater. So that's in the UMass study that was, I believe, sent to everybody. But we can package that together with that other data, and we can give you all of that together as a single package, if that will help.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds like an awful lot of staff time.
This is always a lot of staff time that we have to put into these
Yeah, I
things.
understand we need to get
as it
answers.
relates to actually trying to get our job done. But that's why we work until midnight.
Yeah.
So we'll get it done for you. Okay. We good?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on our agenda is a Stronger Shield presentation.
Good morning.
Soon enough.
Okay. All right, tonight we're going to talk about Stronger Shield. Stronger Shield was born out of what happened last April. What you may not know is that a year before that, we have an area in the back of our building that we use for SWAT training, physical fitness, and was being transformed into a canine training area, which is currently at the water department. But on the request of the water department, they wanted us to move out of that area. Sean Gannon was part of the reason, was the reason why we were moving it. It was in charge of the project to do it. Working with the water department, they came over, removed trees, et cetera, to prep the area and improve the whole area, as well as getting some fencing so we could make it appropriate for improved training and putting it on site. So once April 12th, 2018 occurred, shortly after that, donations started to roll in, all types of donations, several different funds. I think I explained some of that to you back on September 25th. And with that, board new ideas to take it and make it mean something. With the help of the Yarmouth Police Foundation, they were collecting these funds that were coming and coming. And the idea was to do a 4-phase project. One was to, I can go through them here. The first phase was the Milo and Taser training rooms in the basement of the station. We had used a room in the basement that was not improved at all. We had to move certain things out of the way to make it work for whatever training we were doing. We jury-rigged a few different things to accommodate the training at hand. We had a Milo system that we got from the Municipal Police Training Committee, but it was outdated. It served its purposes during the time, and of course it was free, so free is always pretty good, but its usefulness had gone by. So the first phase of our plan was to improve the area known as B6. We broke it into 2 rooms, one with a dedicated Milo system, which I think some of you have seen. We had a opening a few months ago, well attended, and I invite you all to come down and take a look at it. It's really the type of training that every police department should have, and I'm passionate about that. That is the decision-making training that we just can't get. The second room was put into a simunition or taser room where we can do the training. It also has movable walls in it. So that was improved. That has been completed. Most of the money was paid for by the Yarmouth Police Foundation from the funds that were obtained. Phase 2 and Phase 3 are being done simultaneously because they're in the current training area that we already have. It's a pretty simple concept of what we're doing. Improving the area that's already there, fencing it. There's an additional parking space, which will be good for everybody because you've been there before on busy nights. We don't have enough parking at times. The canine area will be moved right there, but it'll be a little better than what we currently have. And in addition to the current SWAT area, they're building a practice house there, which we'll be able to use for multifaceted operations. SWAT team, patrol officer training, we could move through the house. There'll be movable walls inside that. There'll be basements, attics, different types of entryways so officers can be trained on how to move through those. And the other side, the benefit to that too, is when we have an operation, let's say we're doing a search warrant or something, we can move that, the walls around in that building to simulate what the target house is, so they can run through and practice the operation. The attic will have 3 different ways to get up into, which is common in Cape Cod houses. So we can move up there, we can put dogs up there and do all the different things that need to be done. Canine area will be able to train with their drug dogs, do different hides. The house itself is not going to be like a home. It is basically a shell that will have some amenities, not many. We'll be required to have some electrical work for marking entrances, a little bit of electricity, that, which part of the plan is to put some solar panels to offset any costs that might be associated with that. Other than that, there's not a whole lot of maintenance, so we're trying to make it as maintenance-free as possible. I'll just move up on this. Phase 4 is a live fire 25-yard shooting container trailer. It's very, very nice. We'll be able to accommodate all of our firearms that we use in that trailer and do the training that's necessary. Phase 4 is put on hold right at the moment. We will be pursuing it. We put it through the Finance Committee over the winter. It was not approved through them. And also, for the record, it was, we've had on the Long Range Capital, it's been on the Long Range Capital for, I think, since 2013 or 14. Hasn't moved up the priority list. I'm not even sure if it's still on the priority list. So that is, we did a lot of work with the Health Department, Water Department, look at what the needs are, look at what the OSHA regulations are. We went up to Gunworks in Hyannis and viewed their range, which is, 5 times more than what we were going to have, maybe even more than that, 7, 8 times more than what we have, to get an idea of what's involved in it. So it was good. We learned a lot because we want our officers to be safe, make sure there's no lead issues. The instructions to follow how to maintain the system. But we're not ready. We still got more work to do on it. I'm confident that it is the way to go. We just haven't got to do more work on it. Plus, we don't have the funding. So that's something that's, we're not quite ready for that yet, but we're going to move towards it, and we've been busy on quite a few other things, but we'll get there in time. So that's it in a nutshell. So I'm sure there's a few questions. So go ahead.
So Chief, phase 1, this Milo firearms, that was completed?
Completed, yes.
Okay. Any questions?
So I, just for clarification, so the 70,000 for the Milo range was the first round of acceptance that we, as a board, took for donations?
Yes.
And what's in our packet tonight is for phase 2 and 3, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
Okay. So I think one of the things that, thank you for this information, it's great, and I watched your Board of Appeals meeting, so I know you've been working hard on that. That was at your place somewhere. I guess from the town's perspective, for future budgeting, without phase 4 at this point in time, in terms of insurance or cost, I know you said you have solar panels. Are there going to be any additional costs that we're going to have to budget for just for phase 1 through 3 in upcoming years?
Phase 1 should be pretty, I don't think so, other than...
I saw we already authorized extra cleaning for that, right?
Yeah, there might be, but it shouldn't be too much. Most of the Milo system is the system itself. I mean, should it break down sometime in the future, we'd have to look to replace it. The maintenance in that room is fairly, there's really not much there. The second room, the taser and simunition room, there could be a little bit of maintenance in there. We might have to paint it once in a while, clean the floors, but we self-maintain that. Once we do an operation, we'll clean the empty casings out, and that's not much. Phase 2 and 3, there shouldn't be much more maintenance than we already have. We have the grass cut out there every couple of times a year. It's not, we don't grow a lawn out there. There's no sprinkler system, but we do use it. Like, and the maintenance of the building itself would probably be the most significant piece, but we're trying to do that as low maintenance as possible.
So is phase 4 the enclosed trailer, kind of like the Blue Line trailer that you had before? Is it similar to that?
Exactly. That's exactly what it is, but it's 25 yards. I think the one you shot in was about 12 yards. The reason why we do 25 yards, because that's part of our qualifications required by the state. They have to be 25 yards.
So the lead and the cleaning of that, what does that entail?
Well, I'm probably going to say it with leaving some things out, but not intentional. The lead removal, the system we're looking at is fairly simple. There's one catch in the back of the trailer. All the lead goes into basically 2 plastic buckets. You open the back when it's full. You open the back of the trailer, open it up, put the cover on the bucket, and then you save it. And then there are recovery companies that come down. Most of the times they do it for free because they want the lead. Same with the casings. The biggest maintenance will be inside. where we have to, after so many rounds, we have to do some maintenance to get any lead residue.
Which way would the back end of that be facing?
The back end is, at the plan right now, it would be facing towards the back of the station, towards the wood line in the very back.
Not towards the, I'm just curious, I know that I'm sure
Yeah.
I'm probably overcomplicating things, but as far as like the school or anything like that, there
Yeah.
wouldn't be, has there ever been a scenario where anything lodged outside the?
That would never happen.
Okay.
Not in this. That's why we like it. It's you're going basically 2 steel shipping containers, and it's a system right inside that. Very similar to the one, I don't know how many were here
It was
that.
just Kurt, Eric, and I think that.
Yeah,
did that.
it's the same. It's basically the same system. So, but just more modern.
Sound-wise, as far as like no disturbance to the school or anything like
No.
that? They won't be able to hear it?
No, nope.
Okay. Well, I obviously appreciate the work of the foundation. This was a little bit of a, I think you said it in your opening statement, what it was borrowed from, and it's important and needed, and the pieces were moving really fast, and we never had tried to accomplish, or actually had probably the benefit of accomplishing something so significant with private funds. So there's a lot of details that we have to learn on how we procure things and all that, but it seems to be, we got a good rhythm now, and there's a good plan and an overall plan, which is nice. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. My questions and, quite honestly, concerns are not what you're doing. I'm very supportive of your efforts to provide your men with what you feel is a sufficient or adequate level of training. I believe that you are passionate about that. And I believe that it's a great idea if we can use donations to supplement, state, federal, and local funding. I'm all in favor of that. Where my concern lies a little bit is we hadn't really heard anything. We had there was a big gap in between the Milo training system in the basement. And then all of a sudden, I think the next thing I heard about this project at all was when I think you were on the radio, and somebody from your foundation said, or called in and said, "You're ready to start construction on this 4,000 square foot building." And I think that you clarified that it wasn't necessarily the case, but it caused me to at least question what 4,000 square foot building, because we hadn't really been told a lot about what had been going on. So, I'm very concerned with procedure and precedent, and I just wonder, from a procedural perspective, how we get to the point where, we have school building committees and DBW building committees, and we don't necessarily have a building committee acting on this particular project. I'm kind of jumping around all over the place. I apologize. But I just wonder how we get to where we are with relatively little input and procedure. I look at the police department property as the taxpayer's property, and the police department sits upon the taxpayer's property. And your plans are to develop the taxpayer's property, and I understand it's with donations, it's not with taxes. But, I also have longer-term questions about, donations and the longevity of donations in adequate amounts to fund the operations and the maintenance. So, like I said, I'm jumping around a lot, but I need to know how we got here. How do you have a plan for a building that we, who are stewards of the taxpayers' property, have never seen, and you're almost through permitting and clearing the land?
That's a great question.
How did
we get here? Well, I kind of gave you the preface of how we started the process.
Yes.
We did come to the Board of Selectmen on September 25th and went through the plan at that time. After that, we simply went through what the process is to get permitting, et cetera, with the best advice that we knew. We met with town council. So forgive me, because it's my responsibility if steps got ahead of one or the other. But I'm a police chief, I'm not a builder. Okay? So we're doing the best we can. If there's another process that we need to do or missed or something, this was not looked at as a huge project. It's fairly simple. It's just improving what we have, fencing in the area, adding a parking lot, putting some new dog obstacles there, and putting a building in addition to what's already there, and a low-maintenance building at that. So this wasn't a secret. We talked to almost all the departments within the town. Went through Board of Appeals, whatever permitting. We went through site plan review, looked up any of the deed restrictions that may or may not exist. Again, working on phase 4, with the container. There was a lot of work and a lot of effort, and should be proud of the health department and the work they did. They were so helpful, letting us look at things that we need to do. So process might be the best question. I'm fairly confident that everybody on this board thinks that supports the idea that we should improve our training and get the necessary facilities. I don't doubt that. But we probably went faster than people want to do, because sometimes in policing, that's what we do. We make decisions and move. Yeah. Let's go. And we had the opportunity, and honestly, the foundation, the work they have done to raise funding, to have no burden on the taxpayers, that's a big deal. I mean, we're doing overrides to get to tread water and not improving. We have a citizenry that wants to help us. We have a plan that will help our officers. So, yeah, let's get it done. And I thought I was following procedures. But if I can be corrected on that and move in the right direction, I'll certainly can do that.
So your instance is a little different from anything that I have ever seen in my time on the board, in that you have the money. You don't need anybody to give you money. So fast tracking it made sense. You've got some land, you've got some money, whereas DPW, for instance, I sit on that building committee. They have a piece of land, but they don't have any money. They are dependent on going to the taxpayers to ask for money. So therefore, they're going through the process of establishing a building committee, holding the meetings, getting input on design, working with an owner's project manager and an architect and an engineer. We have monthly meetings. I did the same thing. I sit on the tech building committee. So, having gone through those two processes, I would have expected that any building project or capital investment would have gone through a similar process. I understand the big difference here is that other projects have to ask the taxpayers for funding. You don't have that. So while that makes you different, it also makes me nervous that if another department, say recreation, say they had a huge influx of donations and they suddenly want to build a sailing center, would they be entitled to the same process? Were they not going to be using or asking taxpayers for funds? And that's a policy question. It really is a policy question. Do departments have different rights to expend funds on town-owned property when the funds are not generated by tax revenues and are instead generated by some other force? Is there a different process? And that's really not a question for you. You said, I got a bunch of money and a place to do this. I think it's really a question for us. So, your actions have kind of prompted me to think about how this has gone, how I would have expected to go, and then think about the differences between your situation and other situations. So, again, I support you, and I look forward to shooting in that range once you get it all done. But I think the question to us is, how did we get to this point with this particular project? And will projects that are similar in nature be able to go down this path, whereas projects that are more dependent upon taxpayer dollars will have to go down a different path? And this has never happened, so I don't know the answer to that. So that's all I have.
Okay.
Maybe it's a question for another time, but I think it's a question we need to think about.
Mark?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm just amazed at how much money you've been able to raise and how much energy and work you've been able to put into this, and the amount of progress and the work that's gone on here. So I commend the foundation. I commend everybody that's been behind you in supporting this. I've had the opportunity to go out there several times. I'm very familiar with the site. I'm very familiar with the work that you're doing. And as you know, I fully support it. I'm not the veteran like Eric or Tracy in terms of process and understanding all the different approaches, but I understand the need for the facilities, and I understand the sense of urgency for the facilities. I agree with you completely, Chief, when you say that not only do we need it for training, but it will also be an excellent recruiting and retention tool for the Yarmouth Police Department and the town of Yarmouth. I think that can't be stated enough. I do think that with respect to Phase 4, there may be funding opportunities for Phase 4. There may be other ways to raise dollars for the Phase 4. So all I can say is I commend you for all the progress, all the work that you've done. I continue to look forward to coming out there periodically just to see how things are progressing and getting updates. And I'll work with whoever if there's ways to streamline or improve the process. I don't want to do anything that slows down the pace. I think the pace of this is important, but if there's need for better coordination or whatever that is, I'll be very supportive, whatever gets worked out. But like I said, I can't thank you all enough. I can't thank the foundation enough. You've done an incredible service, both to the community and to our police department, and you're to be commended for all the hard work that you've done. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mike?
Thank you. As you said, Chief, there's nobody that's sitting on this side of the table that isn't supportive of what you're doing, and we know the reasons why you're doing it, and they're very praiseworthy. You're trying to provide the best training you can for your men to protect their safety, but you're also protecting the public safety, and you're also protecting the town from liability situations by having well-trained officers exposed to a wide variety of potential situations and not facing them for the first time in a real situation. I will do anything I can, like Mark said, to facilitate this project going forward. Eric raises a great point. Not so much about this project, but other similar projects, saying, hey, we have the money, we have land, and running with it, that can cause some problems. But I think this is a unique and a distinctive situation, and we'll just have to figure out how we distinguish this from those other requests as we go. Looking forward, the foundation's done a great job supporting you in raising funds. It's pretty rare when you have a public project like this and you've got that kind of private financial support. It doesn't happen very often at all. I know your motives are pure. You don't have to convince me of that. And I also know that while you're a very distinguished police chief and a fair to Midland poet, you are not a builder. So I take that into consideration.
Fair to Midland?
But all kidding aside, I can see why you proceeded the way you did, but I can also, understand why Eric went through that analysis. Again, not so much with respect to this project, but other projects. I think we, as a board, are going to have to come down with some pretty clearly defined guidelines as to how a situation like this should be addressed in the future. One question I did have, I know you don't have a formal building committee, but who are the people who are putting this together? Who is on the makeshift committee, so to speak?
You're right back here, Deputy. Do your job, Deputy.
These are the people that are making it happen. It's a great question, Selectman Stone. It's our Yarmouth Police Foundation people, and also Sand Dollar Construction, which is a local company that wants to help organize and make it happen. So we have Bud, Mike, Dr. J, and Bruce Wilson. And of course, Steve over there he's a United States Marine, and he's a builder, and he knows exactly the best if you have any questions about the actual building or the project. That's the team.
Okay, good.
Steve said something a couple months ago when we were looking to see how much money we have. Because we would like to take whatever we don't have, what we don't have to spend, and apply it towards Phase 4, and maybe that ask will be significantly less for the town. So his goal is to have it cost nothing. And he's got a lot of people coming forward, and they already have, that will put it all together for us in the best and most economical way possible, but not sacrificing quality.
And thank you for your presentation, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. We've got a lot of money coming in for this, obviously, and some people have done an awful lot of hard work getting contributions. And, I have some of the same questions that Eric has on this. I think I do wonder, who signed the permits and the applications to the I guess we went for variances. Who signed
Yes.
the applications for a variance?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I don't know what our position is, as a town. I think it, I understand an application being required in certain circumstances. After all, we are subject to our own regulation. But I'm not sure at what level those signatures should come from.
I'm just going on what I was asked to hit. We need to file a application, so who signs it? They said you can sign it, so I signed it. If there's
On the building
someone else
permit, I've
should.
held the building permit until the board is given authorization
Yeah.
to proceed on the project.
Right, we understand that.
As the property owner.
So the acreage, I look at it in terms of taxpayer contribution. There is a substantial taxpayer contribution in this. It's for land. And, how much land is going to be used. Phase 2, it's an acre? of
2 and
land?
3 are on the same property.
Okay.
So it's about an acre.
1 acre of land, is it actually more than that?
I have to look at the mapping to figure out the square footage.
Okay, and that is Town of Yarmouth property?
Yes, that was turned over by the school department in 2000.
I'm sorry, it was
The
what?
school department gave it to the town in 2000.
Okay. All right, and then Phase 4, where is that going to be?
That would run parallel to the fencing in the rear of the station on the south side. If you've been to the back of the station, you'll see the dog kennel. It'll run right along with that on the...
So is that on existing land?
It's on existing land, yes.
Okay. So the only, or the additional land that would be required is this 1 acre?
Well, that already is part of the police department property, so, and we already were using it for SWAT and K-9 training. There was really no additional land, it was already there.
Okay. I've been part of or involved in a number of different major capital projects. And I remember a DPW building that was proposed in a previous town. And it was a very large building, brand-new facility, much like what we've got planned for our town here. And I've forgotten how many million, it doesn't matter at this point, but it was a major project. And we didn't have a building committee. It was, the plan was really put together by the town manager, who was extremely knowledgeable and very, but the taxpayers didn't like it. They turned it down. They thought it was too expensive. And then we formed a building committee. And the building committee came back with a reduced amount of expenditure and developed community support for that new facility. And within a year, it was built. And I think any major project deserves the participation by the community, not only to question the basic purpose, because they have a right to question the basic purpose. Why do we need this? Can it be done someplace else? Can it be done on a regional basis? We've got some emails that are asking those questions. And the benefit of having a citizen community, a taxpayer community, participate from day one is it builds consensus. The end answer may be different than what you or your committee or your current building committee may have wanted. But in my experience, the end result is better. because it's what the taxpayers want and what the taxpayers believe in. And I think it's a missed opportunity not to have a taxpayer committee participating in this. And I'm not just talking about major contributors, because I think that that's, people look at that and say, oh, geez, are they really, well, who knows what the answers are, but I think it's a missed opportunity, really, to engage the community. And I think what you'd have is tremendous support. But I think the process involves that. The process involves engaging the people that pay our bills and pay our salaries. And that's important. So I think we've got to do that in some way. Because I don't think it should be up to our board to sell this. I think the taxpayers should be engaged by the department and brought together to look at the project. Now, that may make you uncomfortable at this point, but I think that asking people who are uninvolved at this time to, review the plans, talk about the economics, talk about the money that's being invested, and how it's being done is important. Maybe you'll get some tough questions that say, why aren't we doing this with the cooperation of Barnstable and Dennis and Harwich? Why can't we get some of those guys to participate in this? Because it's obviously something that every community would want to have to train their people properly. And I don't know the answers to that, but I'd sure like to have some people that maybe would ask those questions. So, I guess, I'm concerned about frustrating your purpose, but at the same time, how do we answer the taxpayers? And I don't know the answer to that yet. I think our board is going to have to talk about it some more. We can certainly answer the taxpayers, and yes, and we have tremendous need for training, and with both police and fire, public safety operations, it's not like training a lot of people in industry. We have life and death situations facing people every day. So the training has to be intense and different. But, I think, I appreciate the presentation now. I'm left thinking, we've got to talk further about this in terms of understanding how we engage the community on what's being done. But, very appreciative of the amount of work that's been done so far and what's been outlined here tonight, and particularly for all the work that's been done behind the scenes, pulling donations together and support from a very dedicated group of people. So thanks again. Anybody else want to say anything else?
Nope. No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, there is an ask at the end of my document that I sent to you. The ask is to approve the building per request.
building or the total project?
The project, Phase 2 and 3.
Phase 2 and 3. I'll make a motion, we approve as requested. We've already approved one, was that, or we accepted the donation?
Accept the
but-
donation. There's a
It's not really
donation
part of-
request,
Yep, I
I
see.
think, in addition, that was submitted as well.
We had a question about, has, I hate to put in these terms, but has that check been sent to the town? Or is it, there's two letters here.
Yep.
Please be advised that the Yarmouth Police Department has received a donation in the amount of $400,000, and then a second letter that says, confirming its commitment to fund the $400,000. So is the $400,000 in hand, and has it been delivered to the town
No.
administrator's office?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
It's in the hands of the Yarmouth Police Foundation, and some of that, the value will be $400,000, because a lot of the stuff will be materials that will be donated from various companies. So it wouldn't necessarily be a cash donation. However, the foundation, if necessary, can pay whoever the amount necessary for the building materials. However, there's a lot of donations, so the total package is about $400,000.
Again, that's, I would defer to Dan to advise us on procedurally how that should work, just to avoid all the procurement and laws and all that stuff.
As each donation comes in, or each material donation or purchase, so if the foundation buys just a pallet of plywood, once the plywood has been procured through the foundation, then we would accept that plywood as a donation.
So we can't really accept it until it's been, it's like 400,000 is kind of like a,
Well, we can accept it, I mean, it's, so, you know, what we can accept is when the materials list is put together, and we know the donation, what it is, the specific nature, and the dollar value assigned, that's what you would accept.
so even if it's the foundation, and I know you've been through this already because I've asked the question, I'm sorry to bring it up again, but if they're building a building, for instance, and it's over a certain dollar amount, if the foundation builds the building and donates it completed, you're saying that that is exempt from the criteria of procurement?
It is.
So at that point in time, once it's built, then
gets
it's donated to the town?
That's correct.
So taking a donation or approving on a consent agenda a $400,000 donation is
Should
kind
be on
of,
that, should be more as like, there's been a pledge of up to and including $400,000 worth of donation.
That's basically what it is,
Yeah.
because
so we're not
nothing,
accepting the donation, we're basically in exchange for the approval of the project, they're saying they're paying for it, basically.
right.
Okay.
Well,
We
should-
won't, I don't think.
I don't think we should act
No,
on
I
it.
wouldn't act on that letter as it relates, just to strike that from the consent agenda, and as the project materials list comes forward, that's what we would submit to
So
you.
they'll be submitted on a regular basis until we get to that.
When we get to that
That's
final
how they
project.
did the senior center.
Yep.
They built it to Friends, and then they turned it over to the town.
Perfect.
Did you make a motion, Teresa?
I did,
You did? And what was it?
to support the projects, Phase 2 and 3.
To support or to approve the construction? We all support it. Words matter.
We're approving the construction, I would say, right? Is that what you said, you're holding it until
I'm
that
holding the
happens?
application until.
And all the permits are in place and the insurance?
We got a waiting period.
Approvals are in place, but the application, the building permit, I'm waiting for an approval.
But the process has gone through.
All of that permitting work has been done, it's the building permit he's got available now, it just needs a signature.
So do we have in place liability scenarios for people who are working on our property?
The Sand Dollar is insured in all their, so they have an insurance policy themselves.
Okay, and any volunteers, you're going to make sure that there's some type of...
They're all have to have insurance certificates to work.
Okay, all right, I just want to make sure we don't have the liability. Yep.
I'll second that motion. Mr. Chairman. I'm seconding the motion.
Okay.
Discussion?
So I guess the only discussion is at what point will you, we're going to consider Phase 4 as,
Phase 4 is still a ways away.
Okay.
Once I get a little bit of time, I will start looking a little bit deeper into the requirements for that. I think the system we looked at is awesome. I think you'll all love it. But I have some concerns about making sure we comply with OSHA. I think we're all around it. It just need a little more time to evaluate everything.
but you'll come back and get the proper
The plan
permits
would
and the
be,
approval.
the plan would be, if all goes right, is that sometime after the summer, I start exploring more of the, or even before then, some of the more details into that to make sure it's what we want and that we can handle it. And we'll come to you with the costs associated with it beyond just purchasing it, you know, the annual maintenance, et cetera, because we have there's a plan in place to take care of that. And then through the budgeting process next year, we'll run it through the Finance Committee again, with the hope that with some of the donations that the foundation gets to do Phase 2 and 3, that there is a significant chunk of money left to apply towards Phase 4. So the ask for the town would be somewhat less. So we could expect that during the finance process next fall, when it starts through capital, that we'll put a proposal together.
Yeah, I have two discussion points, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I think that, you know, I want to restate my opinion that we need to have a policy discussion amongst this board to determine how we will treat similar projects in the future, as this is really a first for us. And I also want to ask the chief, you said you had a plan. Do you have a long-range plan in terms of, finances and investments and rates of returns and revenue that will be generated to help support these new facilities?
All right, now you're asking me to be a banker too?
Well,
but yeah, what the foundation has come up with is they have a 5-year commitment to the Sean Gannon golf tournament. 50% of those proceeds are going to the foundation for maintenance of the facilities. So just, the golf tournament got put out 3 weeks ago and it's sold out. So there's a lot of promise that is going to create a significant amount of money for future maintenance. So that's the 5-year plan. Beyond that, that's the next chief's problem.
Okay.
Okay. So your motion is with regard to Phase 1 and 2?
No, we've already basically done
2 and 3.
1, so 2 and 3.
Well, 3 is not funded.
3 is funded.
No, 4 is.
4 is not funded.
4 is the final phase. That's not being addressed at this time.
Where is 3 funded?
The 400,000.
The 400,000.
Which we haven't accepted.
No, well, it's kind of like it hasn't happened yet, so they haven't procured everything for us to accept it. They're going to procure it and build it, and then we're going to accept it. They're basically committing to it.
Is your motion contingent on those funds being provided?
Yes.
Is it cash?
No,
No, some of it's materials.
it's basically in lieu of. It's
It's a long stretch, folks, for me. I love the ideas, and, we're dealing in estimates and values that nobody knows. The value of materials, the value of services being
Well,
contributed.
they have 0 town funds, so, I mean, there's no commitment from the town for any of it, so they build what they build. And they have
That's
more
not
than
true,
$400,000,
Tracy, with
right?
regard to land.
Oh, the land value is a different story, of course. But they have more than that in the bank, so I'm confident that they'll be able to get this completed.
But, that's why I would like to have the discussion and perhaps establish a policy that would help us navigate projects similar to this, should they ever come up in the future.
Well, I agree with that. I think that, I very honestly, thinking about, we can get around our procurement regulations by, taking money from here, taking money from there, and so we don't have to worry about the procurement regulations.
I think that that's been addressed by town council already.
Well, I don't know about that.
It
Yes.
has been.
Yeah.
A donation, this happens across communities across the Commonwealth. They take in great sums of money, including the Yarmouth Senior Center, back in the 1980s, was paid
The whole
for
bill-
by
the whole building.
volunteer funds. This is a way in which frequently municipalities get to an end point, particularly with recreational infrastructure is a common one. They take large donations, and as long as the town isn't asked to make the procurement itself, which would be, we obligated for the procurement laws, it becomes, when we take possession of it, it becomes a large donation back to us. And the entity that's in charge of accepting that behind the municipality, in this case, the Board of Selectmen, would take, like we do all the time, we take approvals of sums of money all the time. Be no different than if somebody had offered $50,000 to fix the boardwalk last year that was damaged. We would have taken the donation willingly. We do. We take donations all the time, If somebody wanted to do the labor on it and do that, we would just take the finished product, assign a dollar value to it, and accept the donation.
Fire department has somebody that frequently volunteers large sums of money for very specific pieces of equipment, don't they?
Well, the software, I know, I can recall software, for sure.
Okay.
But, I mean,
But, the chief did sit with town council, with Rich Bienvenu, to work out this entire plan as it relates to the volunteer labor piece, the procurement, the foundation piece, the donations. I'm comfortable that we covered the bases there, and there's some additional work we have to follow up with Jay on, but we'll get there.
Okay. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
thank you.
Lost my agenda.
Oh, mine's all written on. I was gonna give you mine. You don't want mine?
Jerry Garner.
You got chicken scratch.
You see Jerry Garner.
All right, let's move on to committee appointments.
Mr. Chairman, let me just, we have 2 resignations. And one is from Wayne Kivy from the Yarmouth Golf Enterprise Committee. And the other one is from Jerry Garnick, who's been, I think, on the Zoning Board of Appeals as an alternate for quite some time. So it would be to accept their resignations with
Move to
gratitude.
accept them both with thanks and gratitude, yes.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Move on to minute approval.
Make a
Minutes.
motion, we approve the minutes of September 25th. And the minutes of October 2nd, 2018.
Okay, any discussion? In favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed?
I abstain.
Okay. Then we have executive committee minutes, executive session. These are holds?
Yeah, approve and hold, yes.
Okay.
So moved. Move to approve and hold.
We have a second?
I'll second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
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 I abstain
Opposed?
from the March
Okay.
26th minutes.
All right. Upcoming agenda. We have,
The library committee's gonna come back in front of you with a new charge. We had talked about that a couple of months ago. They were here, their feasibility group, or their, that did the analysis of part one has been completed. They'd like to transition that with some new membership into planning for the grant. There's a feasibility grant in design grant that they'd like to get in position for. The drive-in site committee will be in front of you. Brief presentation. They're looking to get policy in place for use. We had a draft that was given to you a couple weeks ago. As you know, there's now, especially with, in light of town meetings approval of some money is associated with the round one, there's already interest in future events being planned there. So we want to make sure that not only do we have the policy in place and we're all set for that, but this is also a pretty good policy that we think we can use at other town-owned properties, so. And then Kyle Pedicini will be giving you an update as it relates to, he's been on the job, been quite a year yet?
Not yet.
Not quite a year. So, as the Economic Development Coordinator, what activities he's been involved with it as it relates, and he's been involved in a number of these rather large-scale projects that promote tourism for us. And then, I'll just give you a memo on the herbicide situation with Roundup, glyphosate. We're not asking for a ban. I'd prefer that we don't. We use it in a very limited application, but I'll give you some more detail. The boards of health have weighed in on it, the Conservation Commission has weighed in on it. It's a useful tool for invasive species management I'd like to be able to retain. There will be no presentation either that night.
all right. The next meeting that we have scheduled is June 4th, and...
Next week.
May 14th, yeah.
We have one.
No, I know that. I'm looking at, now, the election is May 21st.
Yep.
I mean, is it, I know we normally meet on a week where we have a holiday, but is there, does the board want to meet instead on the May 20, well, would be the 28th, right?
Might I ask,
Was it
you know,
28th as
if,
opposed to June 4th?
instead of offering a date right now, there may be some developments related to the school situation. So we might want to discuss that, what we might need to do with
Okay.
council. We have the exec session for the 14th, but in light of the votes over in Dennis, we might want to
Okay.
actually have some time in late May or so to discuss that further.
All right.
June 4th, you have to put reorganization on there.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Yep.
Yeah, and then June 6th is a DHY tentative meeting. I should know more about that on Friday. We're supposed to firm that up. But,
It's what, a Wednesday?
Water Advisory Group, I think that
Oh,
is. was it
Thursday?
Thursday, I think it's a Thursday, is asking to get all the three towns together for that meeting.
That'll be fun, huh?
What is the purpose of that?
That's the wastewater update. There's, there's a potential to be in position for the towns to take a vote at their town meetings in the fall. They want to the group that we meet with on a monthly basis wants to bring all the boards, all the finance committees, all the water advisory committees up to date as to where we are with the projects.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. All right, anything else? We have individual items? Anyone?
I have something. It is Volunteer Appreciation Day time once again. And this year, Committee Volunteer Appreciation Day will be on May 15th at the LaRusso Lodge at Flax Pond. People will remember the last few years it has been at the church center there.
Yeah.
So this year, we're moving it to the Flax Pond at 31 DuPont Ave. It will begin at 8 a.m., run approximately a couple hours. Everybody can come see our town administrator in an apron, and maybe Tom Nicanello will hand out some cigars after the fact, and we'll just have a great day. So, but again, that's the Volunteer Appreciation Breakfast, May 15th, 8 a.m. at Flax Pond. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, moving forward, consent agenda.
Yeah, if you could approve the consent agenda as listed, except we pull the donation from, the $400,000 donation approval from YPD, please.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. All right, town administrator updates?
We were given formal notification the other day that we received a $50,000 planning grant. Harwich did actually on all of our behalfs to continue the DHY program for the next fiscal year. That should get us through to October, November. As it relates, there's also a carve-out in that for Barnstable as well, so that was good news for the team to be able to get that grant as well.
All right, anything else?
Other than that, I did not have a chance to go to the DPW facility meeting last week, but that project continues to move forward, and I look to get an update sometime in June as to where we stand with that.
Okay.
That's coming along pretty nicely, I think.
Yeah. Just very briefly, the design is, the floor plans and the elevations are probably 75%. We're going through the process of determining materials and colors right now. So nothing
Materials
will-
and colors of
no-
what in a
Nothing
DPW
will
facility?
divide a board like trying to pick colors of a building. Well, I think, in general, people don't just want a stagnant gray metal building. I think and Kurt sits on the board, I think we want something that's visually interesting, so.
Okay. You got pictures of bulldozers and,
It will be quite different from what you see now, because everything will be inside once it's done.
okay.
So,
All right, motion to adjourn?
so moved.
Second.
We're adjourned.